see if it connects. Oh, did it actually update to the correct title? That's a first. Oh, it did. Nice. Okay. All right. Cool. Well then, welcome. Welcome to the game engine stream. I'm just gonna close up, make sure the chat's working, and I'll go ahead and start. So let's go ahead and test that. Looks like that's a big NO. So let me check something really quick. Oh, it was just straight up off. Okay, that's annoying. Don't know why it does that. It says it's supposed to. I have this app that runs the chat, and it says it's supposed to be working inside of the system tray, but it just closes itself randomly. So I guess I can't do that. Okay, let me try it one more time. I have a feeling it's working. Let me try one more thing really quick. I'm gonna go ahead and mute my mic, so I'll be right back. Okay, well, I think that should be working, so I'll go ahead and leave it alone, and we'll go ahead and start the stream. Alright, yeah, okay, let's go ahead and start. Alright, welcome to the game engine stream. Today is April 11th. It's another Friday over here. Sorry, I was getting some coffee real quick. All right, let's go ahead and start, yeah. All right, so today we're going to be working on some networking stuff. So some stuff dealing with like packets with the client and server. I'll talk more about that. But let me go over what I did recently this past week. So recently I integrated the server and client code. Basically, I wrote a lot of the UDP code in a separate project called NetworkPlayground. That's visible on the GitHub, or on my GitHub, if you take a look. Yeah, and it's now fully integrated, so now there's only one client and server. I'll give you guys a quick look at that. I've also been adding a visualization for the lifecycle of the server and client in the editor. So my new goal now with this new networking code is to visualize all of the code in the editor rather than just running the code and hoping that it works. So that's kind of been what I've been working on recently, is just getting that visualization working. So I'll kind of show you where I'm at with that as well when we start. Also, I added a few extra editor UI widgets. These were to help with, or these were added to help with the network visualization. I didn't list them here, but I added a drop-down widget. I added what was the other one? A button bar, and like a basic plotting widget. So yeah, I'll show you guys that. And there's a lot of other smaller changes. I'm not going to get into them. If you want to take a look, if you're watching the stream right now, you can go into the description on the YouTube or the about in the Twitch. You should be able to get a link to the engine. Most of the code that I've written recently, or all of the code that I've written recently, is in the network branch of the engine repository. But if you're watching this on a video, there should be links to all of the recent commits in the description, so you can go ahead and take a look there. You might have also noticed that I changed up the visuals for the stream, so if anyone is watching or is watching the video, let me know how you like it. I've been trying to mess around with some stuff, so yeah, still just figuring it out, I guess. But yeah, for today, I'm going to be working on making sure that the client and server can properly send sync packets. I believe at the moment, only the server properly sends sync packets. I haven't gotten it fully working on the client, so I want to get that working. I also want to be able to visualize the round trip time for the different packets that get sent. That's going to be interesting, honestly, because I don't know if my plotting widget can handle that in the way I think it should. So I guess we'll see. But yeah, that's the goal for that. And other than that, I just want to refactor some network code, get it cleaned up, comment some stuff and whatnot. So yeah, we'll get into it. But yeah, that's it for updates. Let's go ahead and get into the progress board. Not much has changed recently. Oh, sorry, this little pop-up thing is really abrupt now. I had to change it for a few reasons. But yeah. The right new UDP network. I'm still in the middle of getting this working, so that's what we've been looking at. Yeah. The network code is migrated, so right now is basically just adding some visualization for the network code and getting it cleaned up. So maybe I'll add some extra bits to this since this is already done. I'll say visualization of client server and editor. And the other thing is refactor. Well, refactor network code is a separate thing, so I'll leave that alone. But yeah, that's a big goal for right now. So yeah, I think that's pretty much where I'm at with this. Not much really needs to be added other than that. So let's go ahead and I forget what I do next. Oh yeah, I guess just take a look at what I changed recently. Let's look at the commits really quick. Network. Yeah, there it is. There it is. Okay, so again, this is the network branch. If you're curious about what I've been changing recently, it's been in this branch. Once I finish working on the network content, I'll go ahead and merge it back into dev. But yeah, let's go ahead and take a look at the commits, yeah. Okay, so these are the recent commits. These two are just making sure that the application builds after I did a bunch of changes. Let's scroll down to where we were last time. So I believe this was the last commit from last stream, or maybe it was this one. Actually, you know what? I think it was this one was the most recent commit. So everything that I've done since last week has been from this point to here. Dragon If, hey yo. How's it going, man? Nice to see you here again. Kidder. I never heard that shorthand for cat before. But yeah, it's nice to see you. Right now I'm just recapping what I've done in the past week before the stream, so I'm just running through it right now. Let's see. All right, so if we look at the updates again, you can see I integrated the server code, added visualizations for the client and the server, added new UI widgets, and a bunch of small changes, right? So here we added a plotting dependency, and I added the plot widget here. I added the button bar here and a little change to the server settings here. A bunch of changes here, which honestly they should have been broken up into smaller commits, but it is what it is. Also, I messed up the names. I put the title. I don't know. I think I was tired that night. But yeah, I added this little iterator struct. I was trying to mess around with adding like a compile time iterator. I'm still working on using that. But otherwise, it's just a bunch of changes to make sure that the server and client are integrated. That's most of these two right here. And yeah, I added the drop-down widget here. And again, these last two are just making sure that everything builds after I made all these changes. So let me just go ahead and open up the editor, and I can kind of visually show you what I'm talking about. Oh yeah, I added the oh my with this. Everything is just broken right now. Wait. I made a few like one-line changes just now, so I guess I broke a bunch of stuff. Let me check. There's a lot of error as well. Delta time, huh? Oh, okay. It was this app event I added. Let's go ahead and get rid of this and recompile. I don't think I've used this yet, so I'm not going to worry about it. Oh yeah, but I added stream avatars for YouTube, so yeah, they should pop up now. Oh, did the chat pop up earlier when you messaged? You don't have to respond, Dragon. I'm just I'm wondering if the chat's working. I guess I'll have another opportunity to check that later. Yeah, okay, cool. Yeah, your chat's working, and yeah, you're on the stream, so hell yeah. I was thinking on adding a few more like integrations, like maybe like a most recent follower and most recent chat or something. Yeah, it's a very low production local TV. But oh yeah, man, oh yeah. It does have that what is it called, aesthetic, where you have the news reel scrolling back and forth. Like on those like Japanese news shows, they have those. I just realized that. But yeah, I guess this is gonna take a minute to compile. I'll let it go. I'm gonna go get some water, so I'll be right back. That loud popping noise is my chair, by the way. Sounds like a little gunshot, I guess. Gotta get some money. I might get another chair. I'll see. All right. Anyways. Let's look at the widgets first before the networking. So I have this little testing window, panel, whatever. Let me make it, you know, that's fine. All right, so here you can see I have this little button I added. I'm not showing the button bar, but I click it and then it updates this little plot I have. And it just shows like a running value. It's just giving like a random y value between 0 and 30, right? But the idea for this will be when I use it in the network code, it'll show the one, any of the drop packets, and two, what's the round trip time and latency for individual packets, so I can kind of visualize that. So that will be the use case, but yeah, it has like a rolling circular buffer that keeps getting updated. And then you can define how big you want the buffer to be. The buffer is how many points there are in this graph. Yeah, and then the button is just a button. I mean, I don't know. And the drop down, it's like a drop down, right? They're very simple, but I just wanted to make sure that these all kind of looked and worked how I want them to inside of my engine, because IMGUI has a kind of a very specific way that it makes things look. To be made out of a button. Yeah. Yeah, the actual code for writing this, I had to write like what is it? It uses like an invisible button. And it also, I have like a custom like drawn like background for it. I could have used like an IMGUI button, but I just didn't like how it looks, so I guess that's just like a me thing. I might change how it looks later, but I just wanted it to work for now. So yeah, that was the new UI stuff. If I go to the network area over here, I have a button bar as well, which I'm still kind of debating on these colors, to be honest. I'll see, but yeah, you know, it's a little button bar. Kind of nice, right? I think at some point I will, like this is like project settings. I think project settings should just have general project settings. And I might put the network in its own little section, so this won't be a thing. I kind of agree that this whole setup looks kind of weird, being like triple downed. But I'm not trying to make it look perfect. I just want it to be like easy to parse and functional, I guess. But yeah, this is the visualization for the network, for the server and the client, at least the starting of it, right? So for the server, you have like a config, and we have like a server IPv4. You can set its port, whether the server should be a local machine, and then some validation secrets. This I'm not currently using at the moment, but I will fix it up later. I'll probably do some proper encryption later. But yeah, it's just for validating the client from the server's perspective. There's no scripts I've associated with the server yet, but on the client, I do have a bunch of scripts. Right, so we have like on receive signal, connection terminated, a bunch of session management stuff, and I'm going to clean this up a bit and make it a bit easier to read. This was just like my first pass of just throwing it in here. And I haven't added any like status or commands yet for the client, but for the server, you can see that it's either active or inactive. And then if I hit the start, it's, oh, well, it was working before. I guess I broke it. Let's see. Run thread mutex. KG run thread. Okay, well, I don't know. It was working a few commits ago, so I'll check that. Gotta add some proper integration tests too once I finish working all this out. Let's try it again. Maybe it'll work this time. Nope. Okay, well, at least it's consistent. Yeah, and it kind of sucks too because this is like a random mutex lock error too. Kind of wish it asserted or something. So that's unfortunate. Which thread is this? Let's find that out. Maybe I can fix this right now. We got some cost expert stuff going on. Okay. Yeah, which thread is this? Okay, well this is the event thread. I know that. That's the main thread. So this is likely the network thread. Yeah, this is the file watch thread. Yeah, so I'm pretty sure this is the network thread. So if it is, there's some contention over which mutex, the M block mutex. It's probably because I'm trying to switch something here. Wait, where is the run thread? It's here is where the mutex... Huh. Trying to think of what would have caused this error too. So let's go back. What this is doing, right, is... Let's go ahead and close this too. All right. Where do we go? I think it's the project settings. Yeah, so project panel. All right. And let's head over to not the client options, the server options. Init widgets, yeah. Okay, here we go. So we call init, right? So we call init. It checks if the server is active. In that case, it wasn't active, so this should be fine. We get the server location, sure. And then we call init. We call init here. Again, this is from the main thread's perspective, by the way. So we call init, provide the config settings. Initialize sockets. That shouldn't have a mutex error. We get the UDP socket and initialize it. Wait, init server, huh? Yeah, so this opens up this. We start the event queue. Start the network event handler with Windows specific code. I gotta change this so it works on Linux too, but I'm not gonna worry about that right now. Connection list, server active. Okay, and then we start the thread, right? We start the network thread. We start the network event thread. And again, I'm pretty sure the mutex error happens in the network thread. So something is going wrong when we start this. Pretty sure that's the case. I wish I knew when the error was happening, because that mutex error doesn't really tell me a lot. Let me try that one more time. Okay, well, you know, okay, we'll fix this in a moment, but let me finish up talking about what I got working. or what I got done. So yeah, that's pretty much it. Just integrating the server client code, adding visualization, and adding a new editor UI. So once I fix some of these bugs, we'll get into today's goals. We'll see. But the last bit where I integrated the server and network code. Let's get over to the network here. Yeah, so before I had like a separate network and network 2 where I was integrating it. Now it's all integrated into one. And you can see when I was working on it before, I was like debugging it and everything's using the new UDP networking paradigm now, no more ASIO. And yeah, all this code is now integrated. I don't love this code, how it's so coupled. Basically, this is the API for opening messages received from the server, and this is sending messages out to the server. And you can see that we handle every single case here. Ideally, I should receive the message, de-encapsulate like the header in the packet, and then send it off to the application so it can handle the packet appropriately instead of it being coupled into this network code. So yeah, I gotta fix this, but I'll do that later. For now, I just want it to work. But yeah, if anyone has any questions about anything specific, just let me know. But yeah, that's pretty much what I did. Let's see. Okay, so I think that was it for the intro. I just want to get that out of the way. So let's get back to fixing this error. Debugging time. I gotta stop drinking coffee before I stream, man. It makes me jittery and all over the place. All right, let's try this again. I might also want to think of what I changed between when this worked and when it didn't. Maybe there'll be something in there that I can think of. But yeah, we click start and then a mutex. Okay, what is this specifically? Check C return lock. Read access violation. Oh, read access violation. So usually it has a exception or like an error that pops up and a cert or something that tells me if there's like a deadlock likely. This one's saying a read access violation. That's interesting. What's up with that? This one's locked. It is debugging time. Yeah, hopefully I can fix this. Let's see. For some reason, I'm feeling very unconfident right now. But we're gonna find out. Block mutex. Okay. Are there any clues here? So this is where the thread is. What is this external code that's calling this run thread? That was just when I actually ran it. Like I'm assuming this is this, so then it's running the thread. This is outside of the work function. I mean, because we have the run thread and this is the actual work function that gets called, right? What is this anyways? Well, that's nice of it. It tells me what the actual functor name is. That's sweet. I can barely see that, huh? Well, there's a lot of state, isn't it? I gotta start worrying about these functions that I had, because I know this is being allocated on the heap. Server active, server slots, network thread. Oh yeah, this is just the object context, right? So it's locked. Okay, I have some ideas. So let me just go through the series of actions that occurs when we start the server, right? So we already got to where the init function occurs, and maybe I can explain that too, since I just added it. So we're not in the client, we're in the server. We go to the init. Okay, so again, what happens is this gets called from the main thread, right? So ideally you would call all of this code and then exit out ASAP, right? And again, this part initializes the underlying like POSIX sockets API. This sets up the UDP socket itself. This sets up some event queue and then sets up the actual like network events for the event thread. This is not relevant to the network thread. This is just some input stuff, which I want to get rid of later, but is irrelevant. And here's kind of the big meat and potatoes, right? So, yeah, that idiom. We start this timer, and then we start this network thread, and this runs the network thread. Oh, wait a second. Wait a second. No, this is right. Yeah. You know, I was thinking of the client, because the client does something different. That's why I was kind of confused. The client does a similar thing where, you know, initializes sockets, opens the socket. But the difference here is the network thread, maybe I can do this before, it doesn't matter. It starts a request connection. And then once, and then this network thread starts checking for a connection with the server, right? So it tries to start a connection with the server. If it does successfully start a connection with the server, it sets the connection status to connected, and then does this start connection function, which when called, basically switches over the work function to run network thread. And then now we're interacting with the network or with the server. But the server is simpler. The server just starts its context and doesn't do any of that like initialization hoopla, because it doesn't need to. You don't need to validate. The server doesn't need to validate itself with anyone else, at least at the moment. It just starts up and runs, right? So you run the network thread. Once this starts up, how do you say? Yeah, we just start handling connections. So basically when you run this main network thread, it reads in data from the underlying UDP socket. That's this giant code, which honestly could get put into a separate function. But that's all this does. It just reads in data from the UDP socket. And then here we just process events, right? But this handles all of like the network logic of processing events, processing and receiving packets, right? The network event thread is a separate thread which responds to interactions with the UDP socket, right? So the entire goal of this thread is to basically just receive an alert when something is available on the UDP socket. And when it is, it just tells the network threads that, hey, continue running, right? Because the default behavior of the network thread is to run, and if there's no connections available, right, like there's nothing to manage, we're just going to suspend the thread. And then that means the thread just chills out and doesn't do anything, right? And that way we can save on cycles, and we can wait here to see if anything actually pops up on the UDP socket. Okay, so I said all that, but I don't think I gained any insight into the problem. Okay, I know I'm running this network thread here. A mutex is... I'm assuming the issue is that the network thread acquired a mutex and is attempting to acquire it again. That's a very common bug for that. Normally that happens here, like suspend thread. But I have a within boolean specifically for that situation where we don't acquire this mutex, right? If we're within the thread, we just want to change suspend to true and then return out, right? Because we already, yeah, we're not worried about synchronization. We're already synchronized. So what could be causing that? I might take a look at my commits in a moment and think about what I changed. Maybe there's something I'm broken there. PDP. Just muttering to myself. Let me. How would we acquire the? Invalid memory access. Okay, wait. Let me go look at the threading API. There might be something I broke there. Because I don't think it has anything to do with any interaction between the main thread and the network thread. Because the main thread, all it does is it calls the init function and exits out immediately. So I don't think, like if I go here to the init server, yeah, it's doing all of its interactions and then it starts the thread. So I don't see any contentions here. Let me see. Yeah, I don't even reference it anywhere else. Yeah, let me check my KG thread API. I might have messed something up in here. Change work function. Yeah, and interestingly enough, I don't ever modify this, or like I don't call this function change work function from the server context. Oh, yo, what's up, Gandev? How's it going, man? Nice to see you here. I'm just fixing a bug right now. Got a little bit of a mutex situation that I caused to myself. So I'm trying to figure out what happened. And it was working before, and I think some of my code that I changed in the past, maybe like 2 commits, probably caused it to break, so I gotta figure out what's going on. Oh, OpenXR working on Quest. Oh, dang, for sure. Are you planning on making like a VR game at some point? That is what OpenXR is, right? I kind of forgot. OpenXR. Yeah, virtual reality and augmented reality. thing's not letting me. Let me just open it. Oh, it's supported by the Kronos group. That's interesting. I got you. Yeah, any specific plans with that? Like, do you have any like use cases you're gonna to do with that? I think I've seen some people do like VR editors for their game engine. Looks kind of neat, honestly. Is running. Yeah, maybe I can show you the issue I'm dealing with right now. VR, my day job before, performance was a huge problem. Oh, so you're trying to like address it. Okay, okay. Oh, sure. Sounds cool. Yeah, I haven't delved into VR whatsoever. So it sounds like an interesting space to get into. Okay. So I have this like my idea right now with my networking code is I have this like kind of inner server that I can start up in the editor, and then I can kind of test it out, like both the client and the server in the same editor. So I can kind of control the lifecycle of the server right here. And it was working before. I think somewhere in one of my recent commits, I broke the start button. So I click here and now there's like a mutex error. So yeah, it wasn't erroring before. I might look at my commits and maybe look at maybe some of the code that I changed. I think I might have messed something up in my kg thread function. I might add some regression tests to that soon, or some testing to that, so this doesn't happen again. But yeah, graphics API, I'm just using OpenGL at the moment. I do want to switch over to Vulkan at some point and also use WebGL, but you know, baby steps, right? The cat slander. I don't know why, like for some reason I took offense, but then I realized I'm not actually a cat. I guess I'm getting too into character. KG thread. Yeah, so I'm gonna like look at my KG thread class. Yeah, I still want to support both, like WebGL, and I know WebGL is like an abstraction over the different APIs, so it's more general, but I do still like the way it looks or whatever. Or way it looks. Like the look of the API, that's what I mean. I see a lot of people using Rust with that though. Bro, where is my KG thread? There it is. But yeah, at some point I do want to get it working in the browser. That would be a very nice feature. Okay, so I'm pretty sure I broke something here. I don't know where. I think I might have modified the start thread at some point. Start and stop thread. Or maybe the run. Okay, so this is the actual like running of the thread. So it acquires like a mutex whenever you want to modify any context, right? The first one is if you're, how do I say, going to suspend the thread. Or if you're going to modify the work function, right? So I have like a cached work function. And yeah, we just do it for this scope so that we can do these like changes, and then we just call the work function, right? And then that just does that, and it'll just continue looping, and then you can just call like start or stop with this or whatever. I don't think I modified this though too much. Suspend thread. But yeah, I feel like something in here I broke. So I'm gonna go look at my diffs and maybe there's something in there. He said rest mentioned. I mean, yeah, I feel it. There's something from Google for an implementation of WebGPU in C++, but could be wrong, forgot the name. I don't know if I saw the same thing, but I do remember seeing an implementation of WebGPU on C++ too. I don't remember if it was Google. But I was looking into that when I was looking at mscripton and setting that up. Let's look at network. Hopefully I don't spend this entire stream just bug fixing, but we'll see. Yeah, erroring out on a random mutex it does hurt. Yeah, how do you say hard to tell? The problem is kind of like having a wrapper class for mutex. The data it holds, so it's possible to access something without container for the data. Oh, okay. What would that implementation look like? I mean, I get that you're wrapping your class around mutex as a container. So you're wrapping the data inside of that class too, that it's held in, and then if you want to access it, the data you have to go through the mutex, right? Or go through your custom mutex class. And then you can see when that function call gets called. Yeah, I'm starting to kind of visualize it, like, while I talk about it. Okay. Maybe. Yeah, because my mutexes, they're... where do I use my mutexes? I use my mutex... like one for this. So okay, there's a thread associated. There's the mutexes, and all of the atomic stuff is associated here directly in the thread. And then, but yeah, it's for the entire thread. Yeah. You know what I could do, actually? Yeah, so it's because then you associate the mutex directly with the data itself, and you can see that. That's fair enough, yeah. Let's see. I think all interactions with the mutexes occur within these functions. I don't think I ever expose this mutex outside of this. This is all private. So since that's the case, modifications or usages of that blocking thread mutex would only occur in here. So since I know that, I can just look at wherever I acquire one of these locks and maybe debug it that way. I might just put breakpoints at all these points. I could also just, I think Visual Studio has a way of debugging this where you can like check if this data has been modified. But I'm just gonna do this for now. And then maybe I can see if something is being done incorrectly. So we'll try this. But yeah, making sure that the mutexes are as closely associated with the data that it modifies, I can definitely see that. I'm like thinking about where I use my mutexes in my engine. I mostly only ever use mutexes with like event queues and like if you're submitting like a function, like a job system. Trying to think. Yeah, I guess I was just thinking to myself, trying to think if I ever used it in like a weird way. Okay, let's try and start this server thread. All right, so we're calling run thread. So I'm assuming this occurred right after I called init, right? So it acquired this mutex lock, okay. And then the error occurred. What the hell? It's a read access violation too. As in there was like, yo, okay, no, this was a null pointer. Okay, yeah, I was about to say, because again, I'm pretty sure it would, there's a specific assert that pops up when you do like a weird deadlock situation. This one is saying there's a null, it's null for some reason. What the hell is null? What, did I not initialize my mutex? Get null pointer. The thread, is the thread null? No, because the thread is running at this point. If we go, I mean, we're inside of here, right? So get null nerd. I gotta use that at some point. No, it's valid. Yeah, the thread's a thing. No, I think the mutex is messed up. How'd that happen? You don't need to initialize mutexes, right? That doesn't make any sense. Yeah, thread's good. Did I just... what did I break? I'm so confused. Yeah, because it called this and then immediately locked up. I don't know if... Wait. Okay, let me do this again. Let me see if I even reach past this. Or if this is just locking immediately. If it's calling the error directly right here, then there's just something wrong with the mutex. Or some way that I'm using this. Maybe... oh, wait, and you know what? Maybe another issue, I could just rebuild my executable. maybe that's the issue. You know, these random heap invalidations usually are caused by like, I really should check and try and rebuild it first before I keep going crazy, because that could be the issue. Okay, so then... no, it's crashing right there. It's crashing immediately. Yeah. No, okay, I feel like... I just need to rebuild the editor. I gotta remember, whenever I get random heap invalidations or like random memory invalidations, that there's like a good chance that it just needs to be rebuilt. So let's see. But yeah, like you said, the crash moves down another line. It does not. I tried stepping forward. It just crashes immediately. You said ASIN? Oh, what is that? Oh, address sanitizer, like the compiler flag. Yeah. I might. If this is still an issue, then yeah. Yeah, I think I think at some point I'm gonna get away from using Visual Studio. I might just straight either use VS Code or something else. I'll deal with these warnings in a second, by the way. Don't mind those. They're new from the networking code. Let's see. Yeah, I want to get everything compiling just on Clang at some point, instead of having GCC on Linux and MSVC. I mean, the MSVC is kind of Clang, I don't know. But having just one compiler would be really nice. I've done like NeoVim a little bit, because I have like a Linux laptop. The only thing is my laptop kind of sucks, so it can't even run NeoVim. I guess Vim by itself I could try and configure, but I like my creature comforts, so I don't know. I think I remember seeing like a tutorial about that from, what is his name? Jacob Sword Bear on F address sanitize. Yeah, I've never used it though. I'll look into it while it's compiling. How did you say it was again? Address sanitizer. How do you do an MSVC? Oh, is it ASIN? Oh, I didn't know that was the acronym for it. Sanitize Studio. Can enable recompile normally. Okay, use. It creates the formatted error report. I'm just reading this real quick. So, you know, I feel like this stems into like a deeper issue where I need to get a good handle on my memory. Just period. Yeah, I am tempted, like Dragonif said, like I am tempted to just do like maybe like NeoVim or Vim. But also I might just do VS Code, because I can just provide the VS Code options in the GitHub, and then anyone can just download it and use it. I don't know how that works with NeoVim. But yeah, I definitely want to use Clang. At the very least, I want to use Clang just so everything's consistent. I'm not using different compilers. I don't know if I'm really going to take advantage of the extensions and everything, but at the very least, I just want things to be consistent. You know what would be great for memory? Dragonif. Yeah, I'm curious. Is it still compiling? I forgot to check. I might remind myself to learn how to use this. Maybe I'll write it down. Let's see. The crab language. I got some vehement Rust people in the chat. I mean, fair enough. I don't know. If I was going to redo the engine at this point, I might have used Rust. I don't know. Maybe I might try some separate projects that are like standalone in Rust and see how it goes. But yeah, I don't know. For the engine, I'm a little far along. And I've been kind of thinking about just moving more towards like a C style, C++ anyways, where I'm trying to get away from some of the C++ isms, but I will be doing that transition very slowly. Oh, yeah, see? When in doubt, rebuild the whole thing. Okay, yeah, I really gotta remember, the moment you see random heap invalidation, just rebuild and don't drive yourself crazy. Jeez. Okay. Yeah, it's always that. Like when I mess with some data structure that I haven't messed with in a long time, or like I recreate something that has a lot of dependencies, I think the object files, or I don't know how the whole thing or whatever, but it ends up being stale, and I think the memory access gets messed up. So yeah, when in doubt, rebuild it out. Yeah, I guess the way MSVC puts it together, right? Okay, well, anyways. This is good. It's not going to be a bug fix stream now. I can actually do things. Alright. I kind of want to combine the status and commands tabs into one. I probably will, so you can kind of see it immediately. But yeah, when you press start, the server starts, right? You can see it's active, right? Close. It takes a pause for a second because it receives the event from like the network event thread. And that one has a delay because I don't want it to be polling all the time. But it waiting on the main thread's kind of crazy, so I might change that. And yeah, you can restart if it's on. You can do like a restart. And yeah, the server's active, right? Not much visualization for this yet. Again, the goals for this stream right now is to get the sync packets working on the client and the server, and then add a visualization for the packets round trip time, right? Because I have that working, like it functions. It just I'd like to have like a visualization. And I'm probably going to use this kind of graph thing here, so you can see what the RTT really is. Bug shows up for no reason, bug disappears for no reason. Classic, yeah. Yep. It's unfortunate. But I mean, at the very least, it does have like a very specific telltale where it's like random heap invalidation. Like, okay. If you build for release, if that would have also fixed it, that reminds me of some shit I've dealt with. Unreal Engine blueprints will silently get corrupted and mess with your project in random ways. Right. Well, I'm assuming blueprints gets loaded in as like a separate DLL. And then with that DLL, what is it? I can imagine they probably they use the compiler and it probably does still do like a rebuild thing, and it might use MSVC, which will cause the error. Yeah, so I could definitely see it. Yeah. For mine, I always rebuild the scripting module like entirely. So it cleans it out. There's no like intermediates. It makes it slower, but then you never cause an error. Might change that later though. Yeah, I wonder if release would fix that. I don't know. I mean, if I was ever going to actually ship the editor or like provide it somewhere, I would just do a fresh build and then like package it up, whatever. All right. So, yeah. If I start this and then I start the client, you can see that it connected correctly. And now the connection is congested because the client isn't sending any sync packets back to the server. So since it's not getting any synchronization or no packets are being sent back and forth, the connection gets stale and it drops it. So you can kind of see that all happening right here, right? I think if the server is not on, I think it just fails immediately, like as it should. Yeah, so I think it tries to start a connection. I think there's like a 10-second timeout. And I guess it's not logging it, but I believe the client should have closed out. Failed to terminate client, no client context is active. Oh yeah, because okay, so yeah, it did close it, but it didn't log it or anything. And then when I closed the application, it tried to terminate it again, which is not a great way to put this together. Ideally, what I want it to do, or what I want to happen, is there will be a very specific startup and terminate function that you call in the scripts for the networking, right? And then maybe when you open up Pong, you can go to online multiplayer. This doesn't do anything right now, but you would go there, and then that would initialize the client to start up, right? Yeah, because right now it's tied to the lifetime of the program, which is kind of ridiculous. All right, but anyways, get sync packets working on client. Let's get these sync packets working. Let's do that. So, sync packets. What do I want to do at first? I believe, again, the packets are being sent from the server to the client, but they're not being sent from the client to the server. And I don't have any way to visualize that. Maybe I should add a visualization first before I start thinking about all that. I wonder if I should... I'm just thinking visually how I want it to look. Just give me a moment. I'm gonna go ahead and mute for a second. Just give me a moment. I'm gonna write some stuff on my whiteboard, so I'll be RB. Okay, I think I know what I'm gonna do. So my game plan right now, I want to add, again, some visualization of packets being sent and then received, right? So in order to do that, I'm going to make a buffer like this, right? And then, or like visually like this plot with a certain size, right? And this is like each X value is going to be a particular packet, right? And then the most recent packet is the most recently sent packet, right? So when you send a packet from the network, we want to, how do I say, add this packet to the end of this, right? And then it's gonna be set at the maximum RTT, right? Round trip time. And then as you send more packets, it's just going to continue moving forward and making it maximum, right? And then when we receive an ACK back from the remote connection, it's going to go into here, look at the current index of the packet, find the ACK value, and then use that to go back into the buffer, see if that data is still relevant, and then update its RTT. And then that way we can kind of just over time see it being updated, right? And I'm thinking to make sure that this whole thing kind of stays more or less decoupled. I was gonna make it an event, but that seems kind of ridiculous, like just for this debug visualization. So instead, what I'm gonna do is I'm probably gonna do like an observer pattern where I'll probably just do like an observer kind of situation inside of the network, and then make it like a debug only thing, so it'll get like stripped out, of course, from the release builds. And then you can just hook into that like subject in the, how do I say? You can hook into that subject in the network code. And that way there doesn't need to be any like explicit coupling between the network code and this like UI thing. Again, I was going to do like an event, but I feel like that's going to clutter my event system. And this really only should be like a direct connection between this and the network code and then this visualization. So, and then I'm not going to do like a full observer pattern. I think I might just use like function pointers or something. So, because OOP just for OOP's sake is kind of silly. So yeah, let's go ahead and do that. So the first thing is I just need to generate or have like an observer for, how do I say? Creating a packet, and I need an observer for sending the packet, right? Or no, receiving the packet, right? Should I have two separate ones or just one thing combined? I'm gonna keep them separate. That makes more sense. So let me go ahead and find the location where I do process sending packets and where I process their acknowledgements. So let's go find that. I think it's in my reliability context. Reliability context. And I just want to add this visualization now so that when I am getting the client to work, I can visually see if it's working or not. That'll be really nice. Okay, so insert reliability segment into packet, process it, sure. No, this should be in the server actually. Let me go to the server. Got this atomic bull just sitting here. I don't think I love that. Here we go. So we send to connection, right? Get the connection, blah, 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 you know. Bunch of packet header stuff, which really shouldn't be in here. But where is the reliability one? Wait, where is it? What? Oh, right here. Okay. So we insert the reliability segment into the packet. Okay. Insert local sequence number, insert remote sequence number, insert remote sequence number bit field. Okay. Into packet. Insert. I'm just trying to remember how this works again. Check for drop packets. Yeah. Yeah, this is for the RTT. Maybe I should just use this directly. Yeah. So add time point. And this is the actual buffer itself. Okay. Add time point, get time point. I'll definitely be logging this average round trip time by itself. Probably whenever I update this, I'll send out like an observer thing. Is it worth to have like all these observers though? Yeah, I don't know. I'll see. Get round trip time on updates. on round trip time change. I want to see all the functions where this gets modified. Oh, these are just the time points. Okay. Yeah, these are just the time points. These aren't the actual round trip times. Oh yeah, okay. I got it. Kind of forgot how this stuff looks. Okay, so I'm kind of having like a few considerations with this. The first thing is that if you have a server, you're going to have multiple connections, right? So each connection will have its own little buffer for the round trip time and whatnot. So that's already a thing by itself, right? This reliability context doesn't really, how do I say? It's not aware of the connection. It exists inside of the connection, right? So ideally, the code for sending this update should be in the connection code, right? Because it's aware of that, right? So in order to facilitate that, we're going to need to maybe add some functions for maybe returning the current packet index and then shipping that off as an update. So in that case, we have this function where we insert the reliability segment into the packet, right? And then presumably, if we go back to the connection, and I can find the, or maybe just the server, I guess. Yeah, when we send the message, right, we know which connection we're sending it from or between, right? And then here we add the reliability segment, right? So maybe from here we should get out some information on which packet we're actually sending, like which sequence number we're working with, right? And then from there, we can use that sequence number when we send it. Maybe we can do the observer right here and just say like, okay, we got the sequence number back from this reliability segment, right? We're going to pass that along to the UI so we can go ahead and use it. So yeah, to do. Add the observer for this connection here. It seems like it's a void too. I don't really have anything I'm returning. It just inserts it and moves along, right? So I don't have any early returns either, so we can just return, and we'll change this to a, what are these sequence numbers? They're a UNT16T. Insert the current local sequence number into the packet location. M local sequence number. Okay, so if I recall correctly, the sequence location that we're providing like this one is this packet. And then once all these operations have been done, this one is the next packet. Like the one that has not been sent yet, right? So we need this before this operation. So I'll put a little thing here. Let's get rid of this. I'll keep it there because I think I might use that later. Well, I have this version control, so I can remove this. Doesn't matter. Just check it in the history. Get the sequence number. Get this packet sequence number. And I'll say uint16 to return sequence. Local sequence. There we go. And then we're just going to return seek. Okay, sorry, I was just thinking. Okay, so you return this process reliability segment from packet. Yeah. Okay. Is connection management packet. Oh yeah, we don't worry about this reliability stuff if it's a management packet. Okay, that's fine. Maybe I oh no, yeah, I think I had a reason why I couldn't. Okay, add observer. Okay, and now we add the observer, or do the pattern here. Okay, I had a lot of considerations for the observer pattern before. I was trying to make it perfect, but honestly, I think I'm just gonna write it real quick and not worry about it. So I had a bunch of, how do I say? Yeah, I had a bunch of code I was writing for like an original idea for the observer pattern, where I was gonna do templates and try to make it real nice. But I think for now, I'm just gonna do like a quick and dirty version. And it's just going to use std function. So the first thing is we'll have a class for observer. Class subject. Okay. Yeah, I was trying to get it set up so that like the observer could get the type of the observer could get resolved at compile time. Right now, I'm just going to write it in like a runtime way because it's easier. But I'll come back and maybe translate it to a compile time version. Let's see. So yeah, starting off on that template metaprogramming kick. It's pretty fun. Let's see. Okay, so the subject has an observer count and an array. So instead I'm going to use a vector. It's going to be a list of observers, and in this case, do I want to do an observer? Honestly, just an std function. I know tons of inefficiencies here, but again, just get it working. The one thing I might keep though is the ability to provide like variadic arguments. I might still try to get that working. But other than that, I'm not going to worry about it. Okay, and we'll still hold like a local count of them. Actually, do we even need the count now? I'm thinking about it. So before, the issue was that for the observers, I was holding the actual observer context in, let me turn on this music too. I was holding the context in the actual array, right? But now that I'm using these function pointers, I can probably just move them around in a more like fluid fashion. Maybe even I could do like a linked list, but honestly, oh, should I do a linked list? Maybe. Because that way I could just have like a linked list of function pointers, and then I could just add and remove them pretty easily, right? And it'll stay like a consistently connected list. It's just not going to be super like what is the word? Memory efficient, but right now I don't really care. Yeah, but what if I remove an observer? How am I going to know that observer isn't valid anymore? I mean, one thing I could do is maybe I could self clean up the vector. whenever I remove an object. I could do like std erase, I guess. I'm just thinking from like operations time, like the linked list would probably be you just go to the section, remove it, you know, connect it, and move on with the day. And it's always like, quote unquote contiguous, not actually contiguous in memory, but sparse array. Is that overkill though? Or is that like sparse array? I wonder if I want to like create all that. Let me see. So are you saying, what do you mean by sparse array? Sparse array. Let me make sure I understand what you're saying. Is an array, got an AI response, okay. Let's see if they're right. So is an array where a large portion of elements are empty or have the default value 0 instead of sorting all the elements. The non-default. Okay, and then if I iterate through the whole thing, I just need to check if each of the values, or each of them is valid or is not valid, right? And then just iterate through them straight. Yeah, that's fair enough. Quick bit mask, lowest bits, one instruction for 64 elements. Okay. Yeah, I get what you're saying though. Like, one instruction. Well, you mean like, or just use. Yeah, no, I mean, I want to do it correctly, or like, or at the very least, like this was kind of what I was thinking earlier. I do have a bit mask class, so I could just use that, but it's called bit flags, but I guess use it the same way. But with the, like, if I made a function, right, and then say I stored, yeah, bit field, right? Cardano or bit field. Oh wait, I have two of them. I didn't realize I already had it there. So then we don't do this. We just have, what is it called? And we just provide a data type. So I'll do a uint64t. And then maybe we'll specify a max for this. I don't know, but bit field. I mean, I don't think we need a ton of observers right now. I don't think I need to get super crazy with it. So I might even just stick with 8 for now. Assuming it's just a void with no arguments at the moment. Let's see. Notify. Let's see. I still have to iterate through each bit, right? Yeah, fair enough, yeah. Because that's what we get loaded anyways with the x64 architecture. That's fair enough. So how would I iterate through this? Let me see. I can get the underlying bit field. I mean, if I'm using it like this, I don't really need to add all this. I can just do UN64. Because the other one is more like a flags thing. This one I'd say is more like a bit field. Right? And we'll initialize it to 0. So we have none. Okay, wait. Let me read your code. Make sure I understand. I think it's for auto mask. Mask is not equal to 0. Lowest bit. There's a quick way to iterate only set bits. I think for auto mask is equal to bit mask. Let me try that for loop. Let's see. For auto, I'm gonna get rid of the auto in a second, but mask. Mask is equal to bit mask. Bit field. I'll just call it field. Let's keep it consistent. While mask is not equal to 0. Variable is not equal to 0. And equals okay. I get what you're saying now. Field -1. Yeah. Equals -1. Field -1. And equals. And then get the lowest bit of the thing, which is what was that operation again? I think I do something similar in my networking code. I might just copy that over. Where is it? Let me see if I can find it. I think it's in here. I think it's in the receive ACK. Yeah, here we go. Newly acknowledged field. We bit shifted over by the current iteration, and then you AND operation with 1, and that'll give you just the lowest bit, right? I mean, I can just do like this, right? I'm gonna copy it over. While bit field is not equal to 0. iterates over every bit and checks if it's set. Oh, using intrinsics. Yeah, I remember reading, because I was very confused by this algorithm when I was going through the networking code with was like Gaffer, I forget his name. On like what's the most efficient way to implement this. You're saying yours doesn't iterate through every bit? That's interesting. And equals mask and equals mask minus one, mask minus one. Let me see if I can visualize this algorithm. So if you have, I have a bunch of stuff here I was drawing, I guess, but if you have, is it X? Yeah, there it is. Okay, so if we have like 1 0 0 1 0, right? We want to check which ones are 1, right? So for the first bit, is equal to bit mask, yeah, and then mask is not equal to 0. That's fair enough. And then the mask and equals mask minus 1, right? So if we do mask minus 1, oh wait, I think I get. Okay, wait. So, and then it always checks the lowest one. So. Let me see. I'm just reading your for loop and trying to like make sure I'm interpreting it correctly. So mask and equals mask minus 1. Mask minus 1. So if you subtract 1, this becomes 0. 0 0 0 1, right? And then we're gonna check the lowest bit. And if that's a 1, then we do something. Okay, so then you AND them. You AND. Wait, where is it again? You AND this number and this original number. Okay. So you AND these ones, and then this one is 1. Oh no, AND 0. Was it 0 0 0 1? And then you check the lowest bit. And then that one tells you, and let me look at the rest of your for loop algorithm. Index is equal to lowest bit. And of course you would write this algorithm out, but find the lowest bit is index. And then from there, you can use that index to process it. This bit is the lowest set bit per platform. That gives you the index. Ah, so loop was, I mean by lowest bit is the lowest set bit. There's an intrinsic for that per platform that can give you the index of the first set bits. Oh, okay. So you're saying like per platform as in like compiler, or do you mean like per like Windows Linux or like, is it CPU architecture? I'm assuming that's what you mean. Trailing zeros. Okay, so let me go take a look. Trailing zeros. Let's do that. These trailing zeros are going to get the number of zeros to the next one. Index to the lowest bit. Okay. Trailing zeros operation C++. Oh, that was the other one you saw. Okay, I got you. SG out. Oh, so I saw that earlier too. Let me see. Maybe it was the other one. Let's see. Council bits, I mean. There's the number of consecutive 1 bits. Yeah, no. I think, yeah. Yeah, fair enough. Wait, let me check counter bits again. Okay, number of consecutive 1 bits in the value of X. But it's not consecutive 1 bits, it's the next to 1 bit. Council 0, number of consecutive zeros starting from the most significant bit, right? Returns the number of consecutive 0 bits in the value of X starting from the most significant left bit. Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, I'm just reading through it real quick, making sure I understand all of it. So, count left 1. Wait, where'd my, oh, here it is, okay. So, let me write this out really quick. I'll erase this in a second. So if we have 1 1 0 0 0, and we go back here, count left 1. I'm assuming this is the most significant bit, right? And then this is the least significant bit. I know little endian and big endian is byte order, but this is within an individual byte, right? Yeah, so Yeah, yeah. For general sakes, yeah, that's how it's visualized. So count L1 returns the number of consecutive 1 bits in the value, starting from the left significant bit. Number of consecutive 1. And you were saying count L bits. Wait, count L bits? Yeah, you need the number of consecutive 0 bits from right to left. Yeah, so that is this, right? Turns the number of consecutive 0 bits in the value starting from the least significant right. Least significant bit right, yeah. So this one, count R0, would give you, count R0 would give you the number of zeros from here to here, right? And then is probably count R0. Okay, yeah. Okay, so I think this is the one, count R0. It's in bit, okay. Count L1 turns the number of consecutive 1 bits in the value, starting from the left bit. What does pop count do? I'm just curious. Returns the number of 1 bits in the value. Oh, it just gives you the number of bits in general. That's kind of nice. Has single bits. Check if x is an integral power of 2. Oh, yeah. Well, that's pretty useful. But it only checks if it is that single bit. Okay, so yeah. That's the one, right? So if we go back, hash include bit, right? Wait, what am I looking for? Yeah. Okay, so again, we do this. If we're trying to figure out which indices are there, again, we start with. I'm just trying to make sure I fully understand the algorithm so I can move on. So 1 0 0 1 0. The goal is to identify this index, which visually speaking is 1, right? Okay. So we're going to subtract 1. We're going to get 1 0 0 0 1, right? And then we're going to AND this. So we AND this, you get 0 0 0 0 1. And then wait, we get this 4, and that gives you this index. Wait, what? Am I confusing something? I want to get this one, right? And then this one. So in this first operation, like the goal is to get this this number 1 index, right? And it is 0 0 0 0 1, right? And then this identifies this one, which gives you the correct value, yeah. But why are we're losing this one though, right? Because you AND it. Oh, the second iteration. Okay, wait, let me look at the first iteration then. Let me see. So in the first iteration, auto bit field is this. We don't do the operation. We just say is equal to bit field and we get the lowest bit. Oh, okay. We get the lowest bit in the first one because we don't do that whole operation thing here. And then we move over, over and it's and equals. Oh, okay, and then when you and equal it. Okay. I got you. So if I go back to here, I'm gonna run this one more time just so conceptually I get it. 1 0 1 0. So the first iteration, right? There's no anding. We're just gonna get the lowest bit. So in this case, it's gonna be 1. So we got 1. Okay, now we're gonna go ahead and do the and or whatever thing. So we're gonna subtract 1, 0 1, and it 0 0 0 1. And then this is the new value. And then we do this 0 1 2. So yeah, and then we get 3 out of this. Okay, no, I get it. No, because this becomes the new value, and equals it, right? And then you would use this one up top, and then yeah, okay. No, I get it now. I get the full algorithm. All right, so let's do that one function. So we'll say field auto unsigned long. Bit field. uint64t. I could just give a size t here, right? For now. Okay, and then index is a size t. Index std. What was it again? I forgot the name. Count L0, count R0 is this one. Field. Okay. Now to do handle or notify this server index. Okay. Get the index. The next index. Okay, cool. Yeah. And actually, since we went through this, I might use this algorithm instead of this algorithm for the networking code too. So if I go back to wherever that was, I was just at, because it's doing the same thing. But yeah, this is better. So let me rewrite this. Okay. Yeah, because this is running through the iterations. Instead, you want a uint 16 underscore t. Newly acknowledged bit field. uint 16 to a t index. And there's no like checking if it's set or not. It's just if you get the index, then you get it, right? So here we just acknowledge the packet. I gotta be careful with this. Oh wait, do I need the iteration though? Wait, let me make sure that makes sense. Iteration. The iteration in this case is just the index. Let's see. Yeah, it's just the index. So we can just do index. Okay. I'm gonna if zero this for now and put it to do. Just in case I don't know, messed up the logic somehow. To do integrate this code. Integrate this code. Because yeah, this is definitely a better version than this one. It's the exact same thing. Right? There we go. Got to go. Oh, yeah, see you, Gandalf. Have a good one, man. Get rid of the lowest one after each iteration. Next one looks like it. Right? Yeah, okay. That looks good. Operator Doom, Mayo. How's it going, man? I haven't seen you in a minute. I've been trying to watch out for your streams, but well, actually, nowadays I've been sleeping a bit later. So if you do stream, I'll try and or I should be awake, so I'll try and hop in. But I don't know what you got going on these days. Yeah, no, yeah, fair enough, yeah. How is it coming along with the project, though? Okay, there we go. Yeah, I kind of had to cut back on my streaming schedule quite a bit. So I'm only doing once a week nowadays. So I feel it. Hey, let me know about the progress, operator. I think I joined back in your Discord. I had to get rid of my original Discord for a little bit. But I recreated my account, so. Yeah. Originally I had to delete my account, so there was some things going on. But yeah, I'm back. Okay, anyways, here, from the code I was working on, now this code is, yeah, again, I'm gonna get this to work. I'm gonna come back in a moment. Let me write a note for myself to come back and integrate this. I just don't want to integrate this right now and it breaks something and I have no clue why, so. Knowing myself and the way I code, it's just gonna, it's gonna break somehow. The account, no, it didn't get hacked. I just wasn't really sure if I wanted to have the Discord period, like, at all. So I was kind of deciding at that time. But nothing that drastic, though. Alright, we'll leave this logic. Well, thanks, Dragonif and Gandev, for the help with the bit sets and everything. That was something that I was so confused about. And I read into, and I knew it was like, I don't know if it was platform or like you could do like certain compiler extensions to work with it, but I didn't know C++ had a standard way of doing that operation. But yeah, basically loop through all subjects or observers, and then notify the observer. Yeah. And this is all garbage. So again, I'm just going to do a vector of SVG functions. So keeping it simple. I think all I really have to do is just do m observers at the index and call it. There you go. And I might put an assert here too. kg assert. What do I want to assert? That's this observer index. I just want to assert this is valid. What? It's a function pointer, right? Shouldn't it resolve to a... Yeah, I don't know. Let's see. So are you still working on that? Like, I remember you had two projects. You had like your main project operator, and you had your, what is it called? You were working on something in private, and then I remember you were streaming for a bit about it. I got you. I got you. Well, yeah. I'll check, especially since I'm in the Discord now. Yeah, nowadays I've been sleeping because I have to do like night shift nowadays. So I've been trying to stay awake pretty late in general. So yeah, I'll try to catch your stream if you start up again. Oh, I just misspelled observers. That's why. Okay. Wait, is it? I'm kind of lost. Why is this not? Oh, is it because I don't have base included here? Cargano core base. That's probably why. Oh, okay, yeah. No? Observer.h. Do I need to include path, really? Is that not included here? Wait, kind of confused now. Hold on, file system, really? Shouldn't that be included in base then if that's kind of crazy. Wait, okay, let me just include this in base then. I know I was gonna make everything recompile, but whatever. Let's get rid of this, and then we'll say kg assert again. Assert observers at index. Okay, there we go. So we're just making sure that this is a valid function pointer. I recently been converting GLSL to HLSL for Unreal Material shaders. I'm getting shaders from Shader Toy. Oh, okay, I got you. It's for Ferris wheel lights. I love Shader Toy. I want to get into Shader Toy when I get my shader editor working. That'll be really fun. It's for the Ferris wheel lights. If I stream, I usually post on my Discord when I do it. Yeah, I saw that too in your Discord that you have those posts for it. It's too distracting to stream at the moment. Whenever someone new comes in, they want to see what I'm doing, then I show them everything, and then there goes half an hour. I recently also got a portal working. Yeah, as far as the well, yeah, I mean, I can't wait to see the Ferris wheels in the portal. That sounds cool. You got a little like I suppose there's a lot of ways you can go about that. So I guess I'd have to see when you showcase it. But as far as like streams being distracting, yeah, I get that. I think that was why I switched away from doing streams. Like, I think I was doing it like 5 days a week. And yeah, now I'm doing it like once a week for like 5 hours. And I think this is a lot better because I just do most of my work off stream. And then I just recap what I did at the beginning of every stream I do. So like once a week. And that's been a lot better. So I can get a lot more work done. And then I'm not so worried about like, oh, I gotta hurry this up so I can showcase this thing. And, you know, like it's not as much pressure for me. So I don't really mind talking nowadays and just chilling out. Yeah, back then I was putting a lot of pressure on myself to get getting a lot done on the stream and showcase everything and show the entire process. And like, that's too much. Yeah, and you know what? That, like, same. And I also think that doing it once a week helped me too. I mean, I'm not getting like a ton of views right now anyways, but I think it helps because like people pop in and you can kind of just get the update and then like bounce, you know? And then there's kind of like more to like showcase, right? In between streams. And I've been doing like YouTube and Twitch streams, so that's been really nice. Yeah, they have like a big game going on. It's very fancy. Yeah, they are very visual creatures. Yeah, and I guess that's kind of the, like for my domain, it's kind of the negative, right? It's like engine development's very like boring background work. So in my case in particular, it can be a bit tough. But at the same time, you get people who come in that are like in the same crowd. So they're kind of all dealing with the same issues and they kind of just get it, you know? So I guess it's just a give and take. Okay, so the observer. Actually, do I even want to define an observer, to be honest? I don't think I need to. It's just a void function right now. Actually, you know what? I'm getting rid of this. I might call it observe subject. Actually, what do I call this? I know in the observer pattern, there's an observer and there's a subject, right? But in this case, I'm just gonna use like this little closure to indicate the actual function or the actual like context of the observer, right? I'll come back and clean this up and do some better handling here later, but yeah, what do I call this? I don't know. When you observe, yeah, you know that's kind of scary. And then the heap allocations that can happen with this. Yeah, this is, and also just this thing being 64 bytes is crazy. And it's a sparse set, so you have like, okay, yeah. Or not a set, but it's sparse, yeah. Yeah, at some point I'm gonna add proper compile time checks. What do I call this though? Observe the void. Just give it like a super cryptic name too. You know what? I'm gonna ask ChatGPT. I don't know. I'm really glad I learned about this. I might come back and read the rest of this at some point too. Just out of curiosity's sake. I know my basic bit manipulation, but as you guys can see, it takes me a minute to kind of process things. What do I call... Give me 20 names for the subject of an observer pattern. Observable. Publisher. I'm kind of feeling observable. I do not need any more managers, please, for the love of... Yeah, these are domain specific, I got you. Subject, observable, publisher, notifier, event source. Okay. Oh, okay, I'm gonna go with observable for now. Let's see. Observable. And the other thing is, I think I will template this. Scenery. These esoteric names, man. Wait, scenery. That kind of gives me like the, you know, those like custom languages people write. And they'll I don't know, I could low-key see like a language having like an observer pattern, and then they call the subject scenery. That sounds kind of chill, to be honest. Okay, wait. Turn. What do you do, variadic again? Kind of forgot. Or is like an art major doing coding too? I'm not gonna lie, like it makes you feel some type of way though. It's kind of nice. Okay, here we go. We got args. Okay, I'm not gonna have a return value for this though. For now, I'm not gonna bother. But what I will do is have just a basic arguments. And then do a little forward arguments. Why not? And what was the other one? Args. Okay, there we go. So you just define what arguments you want to provide for the observable, and then those will just get relayed. I think the only other thing I should do is when I add, so let's add like an add observer, and then remove observer, I guess. If I'm doing that, then maybe I should return a size t just so I can cache it if I want to, and then so I can have like an index remove observer, and then also maybe like a void clear observers, or you just clear, I don't know. Oh yeah, this type has to have the args too. I don't know. Oh, for sure, operator. Don't worry about it. Do your thing. I'm just writing some generic code right now, and I have no idea what I'm doing, but... Actually, wait, how do you do... You know what? Okay, let me see. Args? I pass in args? I think I'm gonna use Godbolt. Let's find out. if any of this works. I think I was doing some compiler stuff earlier. It doesn't know what a lot of this stuff is, so I'm not gonna worry about it. Let's get rid of that. Let's get rid of this assert thing. Let's just do that. Or we'll just comment these out for now. And this is the other one. We'll get rid of this. Okay, let's do an int main. Does this compile? Oh, it does compile. Sick. Wait, this compiles, really? Okay, wait, let me try to instantiate it and see what happens. Let's do like observable, and then we'll template it with int and floats. Probably something I'm not understanding about types here. Okay. Oh, yeah, it compiles. Oh, there's two primal ones. Oh, yeah, we don't do primal ones here. Forgot about that. It saved the file. Okay, sure. Okay, looks like it compiles, yeah. It turns into assembly. Wait, what is the other one for finding the template code? Appreciate it, Mr. Dragon. Hope you have a nice rest of your day or night, man. Oh, but thanks for coming by. What is the other one? CPP. What is it? The one, let's see the template code. I gotta look at my bookmarks. Oh yeah, compilers. No, it's Godbolt. That was just there. Assembly. What? Oh, insights. There it is. Okay, cool. So let's get rid of this. We'll put this here. And we'll run it. Let's see. Okay, cool. So I just want to see what this looks like. It takes an int R value reference. Sure. Yeah. But otherwise it looks fine. Yeah. And if anyone's curious, like, or about like template metaprogramming, I don't know. But basically, like, you can just provide like generic types in the template. Or I don't know if anyone else is, if you worked in like generics for like Java or any other programming language, you can provide like a generic type at the top, and then it automatically fills that out in the actual class definition down here. And I'm just trying to make sure that the way I set it up makes sense. What's up with all these R values? Or these I'm assuming that's fine, I guess. But yeah, it looks like it built it correctly, so I think I'm fine. I guess the compiler just injected these because, like, just cause, or I don't know, it made sense for the context. But yeah, looks good. Was there something I was supposed to fix? Yeah, let me go back, but it looks fine. I'm trying to remember if there was anything I changed while I was in there. I don't think I changed anything. Okay, so let's go ahead and implement these two, and then we'll go about our day. So add observer. So basically the size t that you get back is the observer index, which maybe I should just define up here or something. I don't know. So I'll say using observer index is equal to a size t. Right. And then we can return observer. Oh yeah, do your thing, operator. Observer index. Yeah, I'm just chilling for the most part. Let's see. It's cool that everyone's guy walking, what is it, stream avatar is working on YouTube and on Twitch. That's nice. Feels like everyone's together. I'll just define this locally. Let's see. Remove observer. I'll return a bool indicating success. And then I'll say observer index. Index. Okay, and then I'll do one more. I'll say const expr. Is it inline? Can I just do const expr, right? It doesn't matter. Observer index. K invalid observer index, and I'll just make it the maximum value of that, because I always forget the syntax for that. Okay, I think I found one. There we go. Oh, you're back, kind of. Hey, yo. Nice to see you around these parts again. Thanks for the help with the for loop, by the way. I did not know you could do that. Or I was kind of aware of that before, but yeah, I didn't understand like how it worked, I guess. So, hell yeah. Okay, here we go. So observer index. Yeah, I'm still building out this class. I got the notify working. I added like the arguments you want to provide. You can pass that along with the function. And I'm thinking for this one, you would register the function, and then it returns an index, and then it's the responsibility of the caller to remove themselves, right? Max is a static function, so you can use numeric limits t max. T max. Oh, okay. Yeah. I think I've seen both variants of this, so I didn't know the distinction. Oh, okay. There we go. Ayo, operator Doom. Welcome back. Yeah, I'm not really doing the most interesting stuff right now. I'm just kind of setting up some data structures. To construct the numeric limits object. Don't need the before. Wait. So is this all good? You don't need to construct the numeric limits object. Need the Oh, is that what I was doing before? Actually, wait. Let me look through here real quick. Max, take a look at all these. Oh, delegates is kind of similar. Oh, sure. Operator, I'm learning how to use color ID for Quixel Mixer. Basically paint something different colors for... Wait, basically paint something different colors for painting materials with textures. Quixel Mixer. But yeah, I think I'll make a note for this because I use this a lot. I'm gonna take a look at that Quixel Mixer thing real quick. But yeah, I'm gonna make a note because it might take me a while to go refactor that. I'll call it a bug, sure. Fix limits usage. Let's see. Description. Limits. Creates an object. Current. Creates necessary object. And then I'll paste this. T. Let me just add this real quick. And then, where was the other one? There we go. Okay, there we go. So yeah, that's gonna be a whole thing where I have to look at the code base real quick and just replace it. So I'll worry about that probably when I get some time. You said Quixel Mixer. Kind of curious. This is like the one that, because Quixel is the I don't know much about this, but this is the resource library that Unreal uses, right? With the really like high quality assets. And then that's their actual like painting program. Or Quixel by itself is the company. Painting, and the key. Oh, okay. And you're learning how to use it? That looks pretty convenient. Honestly, I have no idea how to like. I have seen what is it called? When people put the albedo maps together, when they're like texturing onto a 3D object, right? But they do like flatten it out like this as the actual texture, and then it's nice you can just put it directly on the object. I might look into that as like a tool at some point. Kind of weird. In C++, you're allowed to call static functions from an object reference. Yeah, I don't like that either, Gandev. That like I'd rather have my static functions separate from my objects. That was one thing that I noticed that I was doing a lot before, and then I started like separating them out. But then I started having a lot of I started going too far in the other direction, where I started having a bunch of singletons and a bunch of separate classes that should just be functionality in the actual object, and I just pulled them out into like a static class, and I'm like, why am I doing this? Let me take a look at this API you were talking about. Unreal Engine delegates. Call member functions on C++ objects. Have you dealt with this operator, Jim? Delegates? I'm not super familiar with Unreal like that. How is it working with delegates? Or what's the lowdown, man? Can be bound dynamically to a member function of an arbitrary. Can be bound dynamically to a member function of any arbitrary object at a future time, even if the caller doesn't not know the object's type. Oh yeah, so it's kind of like an observer. You don't use them a lot, operator? This has nice like decoupling. It's a nice alternative to an event system too. Yeah. Understands certain types. Like you have with your implementation, but some bindings with object references that are sort of treated like weak pointers will just not get called if the object gets destroyed. I got you. Again, it's like a weak pointer, so if it does get destroyed, then it'll be like, okay, no, this doesn't exist anymore. Stop trying to access it. I guess it's something I should think through, huh? Bindings to an existing object. Binds a raw C++ pointer. Bind uObject. Oh yeah, and then you can provide a payload. I was thinking about this too. Like payload data along with the actual function. That's what I was looking into with, oh well, I erased it now, but oh no, I didn't, it's right here. With this original implementation, I was thinking about having the observer have some sort of like data context that you can pass along. I don't know if it's better to provide like a union, to just provide a pointer to the data. Yeah, the ownership semantics I gotta kind of figure out myself, what makes sense. Also, if I want to do like small object versus large object, like if you go over like the context size, maybe do like a heap allocation, but I don't like that being a default behavior, so. I use them for sharing information from code to the editor. Yeah, and that's exactly what I'm doing here. Operator Doom. Sharing information from the code to the editor. That's what the whole point of this observer I'm doing right now is. Because I'm trying to... Actually, does this still compile? I haven't showed you what I was doing. Yeah, I was thinking, like, with this implementation, to use kind of like that FN thing you had, Gandev, or the one you showed me the other day, where I use like a raw C pointer and then just provide the context, and then I can better manage the memory. Because I know with SD function, if you go over the size of the context, like the data, it will allocate the remaining memory in the heap, right? It makes it kind of slow. For now, I'm just gonna do SD function because I can't be bothered right now. But I think later I might manage it more. Yeah, like, and that's the thing, because like, I just need to know like how am I gonna observe the context, right? Like if I want to know like what observer am I dealing with, right? Do I want to pass a pointer? And yeah, fair enough, right? Like the data is held inside of the function. This is massive, isn't it? Like the SG function is 64 bytes, right? I mean, it's not huge, but if you have like a giant array of them, that's kind of ridiculous. But I guess it depends on the use case, right? Like how many observers are you really going to have? I don't know. But yeah, I guess if it fits inside of those 64 bytes, then it's local, right? It's fine. Yeah, I don't know. I guess it just depends on what I'm going to do with it. Yeah, I mean, I could attach a bump allocator. I might. Recently, I did add that as a thing. Oh, this is the API section. Yeah, I added a linear allocator, a pool allocator, a stack allocator. I think I was gonna add some more, but just like basic. So I might use it, but I don't have a good handle on my memory footprint in general. So I kind of have a separate plan for that, where I'm going to start pre-allocating my memory for the editor, and then start chunking the like virtual memory or the pages, right? And then from there, I'll start really thinking about allocating like that. I think I missed a few of your messages, Operator Doom. Let me see. Only for telling information to the engine. Like, wait, let me see. Use them for sharing. Okay, yeah. Only for telling information to the engine, like for example, collision type for collision object, projectile, fire type, or water type. If not, I'm not sure if you probably is a delegate or a macro, but it is used a lot. Well, I'm assuming that like the delegate is the one like you set up, right, so that you can expose that information. But the property, well, I don't know about you function. I don't know much about the Unreal API in general, but I'm assuming those are just provided by the compiler, right? Oh, when they make the scripts? I don't know. I'll send some code to give you an example. You did void teleport visible anywhere, blueprint, void. Yeah, and then that's that property. I got you. This thing called details panel that tells you what you can do with the actor. Oh yeah, I got you. Operated him. There's a thing called details panel that you can. The details panel, I know what you're talking about. Operator, yeah. Yeah, a lot of these specifics I don't really know. Azartus5456 moved to Twitch. Hey yo, Gandalf. In Twitch form, I see you. Yeah, the bump allocator. Yeah. Well, I'll think about that later. I just want it to work right now. It can do its little heap stuff if it has to. And I mean, the SD function, it's fine. It's fine. Oh yeah, operator. So like, what I'm doing right now, by the way, I'm working on my networking code. Specifically, I'm trying to add a visualization for when I send packets between the server and the client, right? So this over here represents like the client and the server. This is just like, is it running or not? And what I want is to have like a plot here, and then the plot will basically show like the round trip time for each packet that's sent, right? So you'll send a packet, and then once it's acknowledged by the remote side, so you'll send it, and then it'll get sent back from the remote connection. When it's sent back and received, we'll acknowledge it, and then we'll calculate the round trip time, and then I can kind of see it right here. I already have the like plot API working right here. Yeah, and then the idea is you'll be able to see the round trip time for each packet like as time progresses. Yeah. And I'm using like this observer pattern delegate. Well, I mean, it's not the exact same thing, but so that I can like request certain or send out certain information without being coupled to the actual editor. And then the editor can pick up that information and do what it wants to. But again, more specific than an event system. But I know I'm probably just reiterating what we're all talking about, but yeah, that's what I'm trying to do right now. Yeah, I mean, you can see what like what packets are being dropped, right? So if like you're trying to test out some functionality and then like you're sending like a lot of data, right? I will have like automatic congestion handling with it, but it would be really nice just be able to visualize like, oh, like are my packets making it through? What is it? How are all my connections working right now? You know? Oh, console command for Unreal. Yeah, I mean, what is it? Console command. Wait, what is that? Console command? So oh, wait. You can go in the console and then request information. It'll like show the diagnostics. I got you. Well, like you don't have to have this in the final build, but it's good for me, right? And also like setting up this delegate system is always good in general, and then setting up this plotting behavior. I can reuse this in anywhere I want. So those two by themselves aren't like unnecessary. But I could see a use case, right? Like if you're running the server and you're like you just want to see what's like how is your server connection working? How's it going? And you can have it on either side of the connection. Yeah. I mean, as the developer, right? Like, yeah, you can like try out sending a lot of data. You can see like what's going on here. So, and then you can do it on both sides, the client and the server. You can see what data is going on. If you're sending too much data, if you're like causing errors. Yeah. And yeah, I'm just working on the networking code right now, so that's really the goal. My main thing right now is I'm trying to make sure that my client and server are both sending the correct packets right now, and I want to have a nice visualization for that. An allocator API. Ooh, but Azar test. You know what I kind of want too is I also want like a memory layout panel where like you can open it up and you can see the entire memory. You can see the editor might be unnecessary. I mean, I might as well if I feel like it, or I could add like a macro so you can display it or not if you want to. Also, by the way I put these panels together, if the panel's not being shown, nothing's being rendered. So if nothing's being, if I click over here, this whole panel is not being processed whatsoever. So you don't have to worry about like, oh, like all the panels are running all the time. But yeah, like if I get my memory management right, and then I have all the allocators in line, then yeah, you can have a panel just for looking at the memory and seeing how it's being allocated. And say if you're making a game and you have like a certain use case where you want your data, or I don't know, like you're doing a certain operation and you're like, okay, I want to keep this data close together. You can look at the memory and decide, okay, maybe I want to put these together. And you can just visualize it directly in this panel. And that way, like when you create your objects, you put together your components. I'm gonna write my own, like, I have a ECS system working right now through Ent, but I think I'm gonna roll my own. But I'm not gonna write an ECS. It's gonna be more of like just a bunch of object pools, and then you as the developer decide how that data is organized. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So like it gives you more agency on the data oriented in the editor. You don't have to like go crazy about it, right? So yeah, that was the idea. Yeah. Right? I mean, I feel like what you really want is just control over where your memory is. So, because of course, right, like cache misses are like the major bottleneck, right? So, I feel like giving like a visual way to like deal with that and like exposing that as an API would be really nice instead of hiding it and like wondering how is your memory working. Do you intend to have this game engine as a multifunctional game engine, like can make? I'm kind of just going on the assumption where I'm making like one game at a time, right? It is a 3D engine. I do intend on doing 3D, but I'm going to focus on 2D for now, so because it's easier, right? But there's nothing stopping me from doing 3D. Like everything, all the math, everything that makes the engine work is all already in 3D. Right, so yeah. Yeah, and the thing is, I feel like the ECS for me, like Azartus, is like, it's such a big black box for me. Like I understand for the like the idea and like how you can like do how the object, how it uses like sparse sets, I believe in what is it? They use sparse sets in the one that the library I use, and then Flax uses like archetypes where you can kind of pool data together and it's related, right? But yeah, I feel like I want more information about how it's put together, because at the end of the day, you want to know how the data is organized, because you as the game developer would know best how the data should be put together, right? Yeah, and that's what I was thinking. Like maybe you could just have the best of both worlds, right? Where like you could do your object pools, and then maybe you can have like an automatic system or like something where like they get put together in like certain to make it fast. But then also you can look at the memory and then like organize data together that makes sense, right? Or the ones that are the hot path, right? Or the most common case, yeah. Because again, yeah, ECS is like a general answer to like, you know, like whatever you're doing, and it's not always the best, right? It's a general solution. It's not going to be the best fit for your application. But it's still really good, just baseline versus like just not organizing data at all, I guess. But I don't know. The time you focused on engine around a kind of game, that's how they, that's how they were made. Yeah, like I want to put the memory in. I don't know. These are just ideas on my end. I'm gonna get some control of my memory, then I'll figure it out from there. And yeah, operator, I do have like an idea of a game that I'm building towards. Like I'm not just building an arbitrary engine just to make games. I mean, you could argue against that. That like like if I wanted to just make a game, I should have just choose an engine or something. Which I mean, fair enough. But what is it? Like I have an idea of like what I'm moving forward towards. It is like a 3D game with like very specific requirements. And the games that I'm making from this point to that game are all like in service of adding functionality that I think I need for that game. Yeah. Another thing too is I have been thinking about reorganizing my engine to be more like plugin based. Right now I have a lot of singletons, a lot of coupling, everything. There's no real architecture to my engine. I just kind of put things together and get it to work and call it a day. I mean, things are segmented into their own sections, but anything could just call anything, which is ridiculous. So I do want to do like a proper plugin system. I think once I get that plugin system like in, I don't think it'll be that hard. It's just going to be me. I have to really think about what data goes with which systems have dependencies on the others, and how to like organize that together, maybe in like a dependency graph or something. Yeah, and then just figure out what data needs to be persistent, and then after that point, I can just draw boundary lines between different plugins. Maybe do like an interface between the different plugins. And then just go from there, because right now it's just a big mess, so I don't know. Very well is real-time deformation of landscapes. For example, I can think of two engines with specific use cases. A BeamNG, yeah, with the car crumple mechanics, and ScapeX, which is a game engine made for one of my favorite games of all time, Sacrifice. You can probably find ScapeX if you download somewhere, though it is from 200. Which is a game engine. I never heard of ScapeX. That sounds kind of fun. I do be playing BeamNG sometimes. Wait, now you got me curious, operator. Let me go take a look. wait, ScapeX. Can't type. Oh, okay. Wait, so the engine was called... Wait, Games of Time Sacrifice. You can probably say that's a free download. Game engine. Engine... Wait, let me look at the video game real quick. Escape... Nice game. One reason... Also... As artist, one reason I'm working on my own engine is because I want to do things in it that would be hard to do in existing engines. Yeah, I mean, I don't know, like, I feel like existing engines already have a pretty good, like, setup for, like, especially if you know your use case, and you can find an engine that kind of, like, works with that. But I'm kind of just spitballing. I don't know, man. I've used Unreal before. I've used Unity a little bit. I've used Godot a little bit. I don't know. Is there anything that you can think of as artists that like you want? Oh, okay. So you want mobile? I'm not really focusing on mobile. I think I'm more comfortable with like desktop, or like that's kind of like the game that I'm thinking about is mostly on desktop. Do you plan on shipping any mobile games then? Level creator for the game. Oh, okay. So it's kind of like I can't remember the name, but there's like a level, like a 2D level editor that I remember people use nowadays, and they use it with their engine. I can't remember the name of it, but I get what you mean, operator. Let's see. This looks nostalgic as hell, though. Really gives me that like World of Warcraft feel. I could barely see it. Holy crap! You gotta love the skinning back then too. Yeah, and you were saying you were working on VR too, huh? As artist. Let me know how that goes with OpenXR and everything. The PC version received generally favorable reviews. Wait, how do I get like a... What is this game about? Let me see. It's a real-time strategy game. Interplay for... It's a Windows platform developed by trying to control wizards who fight each other with spells and... place lists and together. There's no... Text using from okay, first there's the up to 4. Oh, okay, so it's an RTS with like just mostly focused on like fighting. I could see it, especially with the vibe too, like the way it looks. You spawn your creatures and you start fighting. Oh, Tim Curry does? I'm dead. Third person, okay, I got you. I think that was probably the style back then, right? With, what was it? The Warcraft games back then? They were doing that kind of feel too. I have some experience working in a real engine with GPU-driven rendering on mobile, and it was working great performance-wise, but so many sacrifices that I think I'm honestly better off making a custom engine for this. For the mobile aspect. CPU harness from Faceover is often very bad. Garbage collection, moving objects, spawning actors, spawning UI ticking. Is it really that bad? Or the CPU? Wait, they have garbage collection in Unreal? I guess they probably have their own, right? That they set up. But yeah, if you're putting together a general purpose engine that people are just gonna like work in, that makes sense. It does have garbage collection. Yeah, inside of its runtime, right? Yeah, that makes sense. It's a very good game, even nowadays it's still good. Yeah, I might check it out. I'm kind of a RTS head, so. Yeah, this was before my time, so. Yeah, operator, you're like in your 30s, right? Yeah, I'm like 28, so I would have been 3. Was split up between all the other threads, I wouldn't be so under budget. But you're sort of inherently single-threaded and cache inefficiency, which is especially bad for mobile. Yeah, I could see that with mobile. I don't know. I've seen it with web development, with their model and everything is asynchronous. It's very annoying if your engine is set up to be single-threaded too. You have to kind of like redefine your entire like API because you don't control the loop anymore. I'm trying to get things. Yeah, I hope to get into the performance kick at some point. I think my main thing first is getting a handle of my memory, and then I can really start addressing like real performance. Cause I think that's going to be the main issue, is the cache inefficiency. Everything else will kind of fall from that, and I can deal with the algorithms as needed, right? At the time, Sacrifice was the best graphical game. I remember when I first played it, it looked phenomenal, but now it's laughable. I mean, it's got like a aesthetic from back then, which, I don't know. I kind of feel it. So I like code-driven approach. I like the code-driven approach to most anyways, and Unreal was getting in the way more often than not. Yeah, like if you want to handle your own data, and I mean, I guess that's why like we're talking about RTSs too. Like the RTSs usually roll their own engines because they need that control to even get it to work. Right. Yeah, and especially if you have like ideas for games that are like really big scope, you need to address that. So Oh, wait. My chat's messing up. Hold up. I'm 32. Yeah. So I think we have like a 4-year difference. The CPU is pretty bad, like 5 milliseconds to spawn UI on Quest 2. 5 milliseconds to spawn UI? Oh well, we'll buy 1,000 cuts with moving actors. Yeah, each one takes, right. It's sort of hard to optimize. You can only modify the engine so much before you make yourself a life number. I do want to, I don't know, I do want to take a look through the source code at some point. How is the source code when you've read through it? Or for Unreal, or yeah, have you? If you do try, you have to limit the frame rate to 60, and I recommend the GOG version. It won't work with frame rates. I wonder if I can get. I might have to hide my thing real quick. Wait, I'm gonna go check the GOG. I haven't been on GOG in a minute. Oh yeah, they do have it. $10, huh? Yeah, I can't show my screen because it's like my private account, but I'll bring it back in a second. The visuals are very nostalgic. Oh my. Yeah, it reminds me, like, some of these landscapes remind me of being like Syphilis in WoW, and like even like what is it, the Redlands? Or no, not Redlands, the Blasted Lands. That's cool though. There's also some threaded. You don't have good modern inclusion, calling engine, no auto instancing, and no new more features without a lot of headache. My memory doesn't really do much right now, but I've already got multi-draw, indirect count, and finalist, and 2-pass inclusion call working. So yeah, I don't even know about a ton of that. I want to get into the multi-threading once I really start using Vulkan. I just use OpenGL, which, yeah, I mean, as you know, or like it's very, very single-threaded minded. Everything needs to be defined in its little state machine. Forget one thing and it's broken, right? And practically 0 CPU overhead from rendering. Unreal source code is both very good and somewhat hacky, bad, and lots of legacy code, but that's just my take. Not following modern C++ standards. Everywhere, null pointer checks. Right. A lot of coupling, like how character movement is like 10 inheritance levels deep and works with characters. That's the thing that I hate, is the long inheritance chains. I can't do it. Like written directly into the engine. That's why I don't like. Yeah. I don't mind the inheritance. Like I'm thinking maybe you could do some inheritance. Like maybe I could encourage some design patterns in the engine, right? So like maybe when you're putting together like the level or whatever, you can do some design patterns kind of visually here, or whatever. Or you could just do it in your code too, you know, whatever you want, right? But being written directly into the engine is very annoying. Everything is yeah, that's just annoying. I'm just thinking about it. Like, it just makes sense for me too, right? Like, if you're gonna put together like an object, like just compose it of the types that you need to, right? And then if you need to use inheritance, I mean, maybe use it, but keep it like pretty low level, right? But that way each object each like component kind of has its own like situation, and you're not forcing is-a relationships on everything. Not everything is A. Sometimes things are is A, but a lot of times they're not. Primitive mesh, static mesh, instanced static mesh component. Okay, yeah. Just the sheer size of the text should like say something, right? Like, I mean, I can't say anything either. I think I have some crazy long text I gotta deal with, but that's mostly just because I don't break my stuff up into components when I should. But yeah, I'll take a look at this. Sounds kind of fun. All right. Let's finish up this little observer class, and we'll get on to maybe getting this working. So add observer should be pretty easy. Oh, actually, okay. Well, this is a sparse thing, right? So I should look inside of the bit field, right? And find the closest 0. And when I find the closest 0, I can get that one's index and then fill it, right? Jesus. Oh yeah, I mean that's fair enough, operator Doom. Like when you're just dealing with that particular object and you just instantiate it, and you don't want to think about all the other objects in the chain, you can just instantiate that and then move on with your day. Yeah, that's fair enough, but it just makes like if you want to like figure out what's going on with that object and you want to like interrogate its context, like going back up the hierarchy chain and trying to figure out where it exists and how it interacts with all the other things, it's just like there's a lot of things to like put in your mind, especially if it's really complex. Yeah, but yeah, I feel like that's just like, it's just architecture in general. You know what I mean? Like you need to decide where you, because you have to do abstraction. You have to abstract things if you want to get anything done, right? I mean, unless you want to like write directly down to assembly or whatever. I mean, you can, or machine code. But I think it's just choosing where you do the abstractions is like the important part, because sometimes the abstraction makes sense and sometimes it doesn't really make sense, right? And then of course incurring the runtime cost versus not incurring it, memory usage, what's your target platform, how do you want to like put it together for that target platform, right? You gotta take those things into account. And yeah, there's a give and take. That's why like coding is kind of like an art. It's not really like there's a lot of logic in figuring things out, but you still kind of have to figure out where you want to do your gives and takes, right? I've been reading a lot of like, I don't know, like data oriented design and then like design patterns, OOP, functional programming. I've been looking into a lot of that stuff recently, and I've been kind of really trying to figure out what I want from my engine. So yeah, I've been kind of thinking about that a lot. It has components as well to break this up a bit, but it's hard to make good use of them when they start referencing each other, and creating more coupling at that point is just one class early. Why I see the benefit of ECS, where the coupling is avoided except at the actual level as required. And yeah, and that's the thing too, it's like the hierarchies are fine, right? For me, it's confusing because like there's a lot of stuff you gotta like put in your mind to like figure it out. But again, like you said, if you're just using that object, then it's fine. You can just use it and then like move on with your life, right? But I feel like you got to be careful too, because you want to be mindful of like what data you're using and how that data is being used in your application. If it's like a very simple program, then it might not really matter. But if it's a really big sprawling program, and you got to be mindful of like where that data is, because you need to be mindful of what the CPU is doing, right? I mean, Unreal can abstract a lot of things for you, but the game that you're building still just depends on like your requirements, so you got to kind of figure that out. But yeah, it's just a bad set of trade-offs, man. Hard to optimize for, so I don't like inheritance. I like inheritance, it's just I like keeping it pretty like flat, and like maybe like 2 max, right? But it should be like really easy to figure out like where you're going from, and it needs to be a very clear is a relationship, right? If it's not a is a relationship, it makes no sense. Just make it a component. Yeah. Have you read the fundamentals for C++? I've kind of skimmed it before, operator. I mean, for the use case that inheritance solves, it's great. It's just like with anything, you can overdo anything, you know? And of course, there's like an inherent like runtime performance hit for using inheritance. You can kind of get around it with like templates and stuff if you know what type you're using, and the compiler can figure it out. But you can also just opt for just doing interfaces and using that. Yeah, I don't know. It's a lot to consider with that. Okay, let's see. Oh yeah, Azartus. So I'm assuming for this, it's gonna be like the opposite of this, right? So I'm gonna like mental map it myself. So let me go over here. I'm gonna write out this algorithm. I kind of want to figure it out myself too. Let's see. Sounds kind of fun. So we have this bit array, right? Okay, we want to identify the holes, right? So before we were identifying the ones, now we're identifying the holes. So it's gonna be like kind of an opposite version of that. So the original algorithm, you had the 1 0 1 0, right? You subtracted 1, so that moved that over. This is 1 over, and then you ANDed it, and you got these zeros. Okay, so you did an AND operation here, and then it creates this one, sure. I guess the goal is to identify it, right? So how can I, maybe I can work backwards, I don't know. You can use not to bit flip the mass to check the zeros. Okay, yeah. Like if I just want to identify the first one, right? Because if I have this 0 1 1 0 1, I'm gonna flip it. So 0 0 1 0 0 1 0. We do a not operation, right? All right. Oh, and then you just do the original algorithm, right? Okay, I got you. All right, thank you. Fair enough. Bit. Do that. I don't know. These bit operations always confuse me, so I like having this stuff here if I can. I know I'm like overdoing it, but my brain stops working sometimes. Okay, I'm only gonna do it for this first part, and then the rest can be basically the same algorithm, right? I just wanted to be clear that like we're checking for the empty ones. And identify all the empty. Loop through and identify all the empty spaces. Okay, and then we're gonna go through here, field, and I'm gonna say empty index. I'm gonna be very clear, empty index. And then we want to say it's empty bit field. Also, I tend to do this, so it's just a personal preference. All right, there we go. I really like inheritance and I agree with you, but it makes sense with its naming, and what keeps with organized inheritance is making your folders for your classes using the same names or so much inheritance. Like, for example, I have a parent called gun that totally can be shotgun, magnum, RPG, sniper, and have all of them inside of a folder called guns, then other folders for the specific type of gun, like a specific folder called handguns, like handgun folder called can have magnum, pistol, cap gun, finger gun, and these can all inherit from each other. Oh no, yeah, I get what you mean. Yeah, and then like, I get what you mean from like, it makes sense because the mental model for inheritance is really good. Like, it's really easy to tell like what's a child to what, right? I'm just saying like, the actual like memory layout of the objects, like when they're put together, those individual components, you got to be careful because the mental model might not directly translate to how it's to like the most common use case, right? Or i.e. like if you have like certain information and then that information is being queried every frame, right? And it also uses some other like information, you want to stack those together, right? But inheritance tends to like put together information that is not necessarily going to be used all at the same time in the hot path, right? It can be like you can do it. It's just yeah, it can get tough, but it's like an optimization thing, you know. But I do feel like, and I do agree with you there, where like when you're putting it together in the, like I kind of want to encourage like inheritance in the engine, like you to be able to use it, right? So like you could compose objects of other objects and kind of create that hierarchy, and then the mental model makes sense, right? I don't see anything wrong with that. But I feel like having that is nice, like by itself, like having that inheritance tree visible to you. But then you can separately go over to like a panel and then have the memory itself, and then you can move around the actual like individual bits. Because I can like, as the engine developer, I can chunk all the data, right? I can chunk that data, and then you as the developer can look at that chunked memory and go, oh, you know what? Since I'm using this a lot, this is the most common algorithm, or this is the most common transformation that's occurring. I'll put these together, and I'll have that all be working together, and then you can speed up your like performance like crazy. Yeah, but I don't know. For finding empty cells in a sparse set, if you care, there's two ways to do it. One with a bit mass and one with a union that points to the next empty element, like a linked list. You could store your array of elements and a U-size first unallocated. Yeah, and also maybe, what is it called? Maybe Unreal already does that, where it kind of like chunks the data for you. You don't really have to worry about it. I don't know. I don't know the source code, so I'm gonna change this song. Okay. There's two ways optimizing for empty cells in a set, if you care. Bit mask, and one with a union that points to the empty element like a linked list. A union. Union. You can store your array of elements in U-size first allocated, and the array of elements or next to me, so you can actually traverse a list of empty elements as well. Over allocated elements though. Okay, I'm kind of trying to think of, because I like when I think of that, what you just said, Azaratus, it makes me think of a free list, but I'm trying to understand what your union, or like I'm trying to understand like the actual structure of the union. I'm gonna keep reading your comment. Like you could store your array of elements and U-size first allocated. Store your array of elements. Okay, you store the array of elements, yeah, by itself as an array, and a U-size of first allocated. Okay. First unallocated, yep. And the array of elements are union of element or next empty, so you can actually traverse the list. Oh wait, no, okay, no, yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. I actually do this in my linear allocator. no, I get what you're saying. Yeah. I literally do this in my pool allocator. So in my pool allocator, I don't have a union, but you just what is it called? Reference the memory differently, right? So it's wait, is it the pool allocator or is it the? I think it's the pool allocator. Where's the reset? Yeah, so for my reset, I like all the pool nodes are all equally sized, right? So I go through each one and I add like a pool free node pointer. It's a little struct, right? And then that pool free node is added to every single slot, right? And then each one points to the other one. And then what is it called? Yeah, each one points to the other one. And then when you want to allocate something, you just cast that that head node, or like you get the head node and then you set the head node now to be the next head node in the linked list, right? And then you just return that data back, and then you just use the data like as intended. So yeah, like the it's basically a union. I just don't define a union. Yeah. Like, when you said it, I was trying to think, and I was like, wait, no, I've done this before. So yeah, I get what you're saying. It's really nice. I remember when I first used it too, I was like, yeah, duh. Like, that makes sense. Like, just use the memory that you don't need a separate thing. You just use the memory that is already empty. But yeah, I'll keep with a bit set for now. Let's see, and we're not calling the function here, so let's see. All right, so get next index. Okay, and then this should be a while loop instead, not a for loop. Right. Yeah, I think this is fine. Yeah, like you said, it's probably overkill. I think this is fine. I mean, it's just one bit field, and also it's an observer, which, like, you only have a certain number of these right around, and then once I start having like a ton of these, I'll start thinking about like compile time optimizations and like worrying about like the memory more specifically. This is the terminal condition. Oh, for sure. Now, Rem. I don't know if I can provide like a remedy for that, but you can feel free to chill though. Thanks for coming by. What's he got going on, Jonathan? He's oh, actually, you know, maybe that's triggering. Sorry. I don't watch his streams, so I don't really know. But I've seen many of his interviews and him talking, so I am aware. File fill is not equal to 0. Okay, we want to do this operation, but we want to do it at the end of the loop, right? That's the terminal case. Yeah, right now I'm working on like an observer pattern. Maybe I can show you too, since you just came in. Okay, so this is the engine I'm working on. Right now I am working on fixing my networking code, and I'm trying to add like a visualization for the code. I've mostly just been chatting throughout the stream, so I'm not like on it right now. But what I'm like trying to do is let me show you what this is. So here you have the server and the client, right? Here I can click start and it starts the actual server. If you go over to the status, you can see that it is active, right? I can go ahead and close it, whatever. Right now, what I'm trying to do is provide like a visualization for the packets that are sent from the server to the remote connection. And right now I don't have that. So my first step is to basically, I'm creating an observer pattern so that my, what is it called? My networking code can alert my editor when a packet is sent and then when a packet is acknowledged, and then I can update the graph, which is going to look something like this. Like one of these, right? So that's pretty much where I'm at. Yeah, I got it off of it's implot. If you want to see if you ever want to see the dependency, it's on if you go to my engine page, I have all my dependencies listed on the network branch, which I'm working on right now. But yeah, if you have any questions, oh yeah, okay, yeah. So yeah, that's what I'm working with. If you have any questions, just let me know. Azartus has been helping me out. I've been chatting with what is it, Operator Doom. We've been chatting about a lot of different things. So feel free to chill. Thanks. Yeah, appreciate it. Yeah, I'm kind of figuring things out as I go. So. But yeah, let me see. Azartus, you said, and then maybe you could do a or equals mask. Wait. Let me see what you're saying. If you're just trying to insert an element, you could just do auto index is equal to counter 0 not mask to get the first unallocated, and then maybe you could do or equals mask plus 1. I think that might be the lowest. I haven't thought. I think I have to look at the bits and think about it. Let me go with this first base case, and then I might like wrap it down to like what you're talking about. My brain gets so like fried from the bits, man. Okay, wait. Let me see. So we do this to start, whatever. If I do the field not equals to 0. So what is this doing? It takes it knots it, and then moves it over. Count 0. Okay, wait. I gotta think about that. I will fully admit that I'm not a fan of editor UI, but that's probably not. Or at the moment, better to get it working first, and your actual code does look very good. Yeah, what is it? Yeah, it's a work in progress. So, yeah, like you said, I'm trying to get it to work first. I'm still thinking things through at the moment. But hopefully, once I get like a better handle on it, I can kind of really figure out how I really want it to look. I think the biggest complaint people usually have about the editor is that it's very pop-up-y. Like they don't like how everything pops up all the time. Yeah, so I will address that. But yeah, it'll come with time. So loop through, let's see. Okay, wait. I'm gonna be right back, guys. I think I'm gonna let me see if I can map out this function myself. Just give me like a minute. Oh wait, sorry. Oh wait, Noram, if you don't mind me asking, what are your criticisms of the editor? Because I could use some constructive criticism. Oh yeah, I'm back. Azaratus, yeah, I agree with what you put. I don't know why I'm doing a while loop. Let me find that code that you put. Because hey, you just need to figure out if it does exist. If it doesn't exist, it doesn't exist, right? Then you can deal with that case. Or, like, basically if you have this one, which has been negated, right? Let me see. Yeah, if you have this one that's been negated, right? You just need to check for the first, like, one, right? And then if the one exists, then you return that index. If not, you don't. And if it's all zeros, that just means that nothing's available. So yeah, you could just check for the zero case first, right? Like, is it equal to 0? If not, 1 or yeah, so something like that. But yeah, right? Yeah, or 0 after. Yeah, because if they're all 1, then it's going to be zeroed out. You can just check if it's 0, right? So I'll do those separately. Maybe there's some way I can wrap it together. I don't know. I'll see. But yeah, I think that's what I'm going to do. So there's a few things. I'll skip over the styling, for since that's mostly preference. Yep, fair enough. But at least a lot of it is down to how things are arranged and how panels are laid out and spaced. Considering the server panel, you had to go to the commands tab to issue the start and then switch back to. Yeah, you know, I don't like that either. Yeah, I agree with you, Noram. Like, I was actually thinking about squishing those together. In general, there also seems to be a lot of nested tabs, unless I saw it incorrectly. Tend to be uncomfortable to use since they hide functionality quite far down to the chain and tend to be uncomfortable to traverse. In general, you see what kind of workflows are the most common when you use your editor. That makes those things the most immediately accessible and structure your code around that. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, I mean, I definitely agree with like all your criticisms, actually. Honestly, just even the fact that the network code is in the project settings is kind of weird to begin with. I feel like maybe it either deserves its own page, or at the very least, you should have like a settings tab you can click, and then you can just go to the network one, and then it'll just be that bit, right? Yeah, and these definitely should be combined. So yeah, again, you're saying like an organization thing. So yeah, it's fair. I should take a look at that, and maybe there's another way I can put together these windows where it's more visible, I guess. But yeah, I guess that'll come with time. Thanks for the criticism, though. Let's see. Okay, let's see if we can knock out this algorithm real quick. Appreciate you, Azaratus. So yeah, let me just. What did you say a long time ago? It was or equals plus 1. I think sometimes at the count 0 index, something like this. I'm gonna copy your code over. It's not gonna be here. It's gonna be like right here. Okay. And for here, I'm just going to do like a pre thing here. Again, I could probably wrap it into like a bit manipulation or something. But I'll just say if empty bit field is equal to 0, then failed, no more observers available. So that handles that case, I guess. And then otherwise, let's see. Yeah, you don't need to do this. You just do the count 0. And get the index. What does that return if it's all zeros? I wonder. If it's all zeros, it's going to be like if this is 64 wide, then it's going to return 65, right? Or no, it's going to return 64, but that'll be that'll be an invalid index. Yeah. So maybe I don't need this. I don't know. I'll see. Index, and then I got you. Okay, wait. Let me just see what the documentation says about that, just to be clear. Right, yeah, if it's a bad value, we gotta handle that. Let's see. We'll just check this function. std bit, and then this one. Okay, returns the number of consecutive zeros, starting with the least significant. This overload participates in resolution. Least significant bit, yeah. So, yeah, just 8. Okay, yeah. So in the case where it's all 0, it returns the size of the number of bits, right? So now that we have this, let's go ahead and get rid of this for now. And then let's just index into it, and then we'll figure that out. Add observer. Oh yeah, and then you need to add the actual function pointer, or else what's the point, right? Func. And observers. Empty index. Yeah, so yeah, the full 0 will cause an error here, so that's fine. Oh, also, if there's no zeros. Wait. Yeah, I'm just taking the edge cases. So if you have, like, if it's all 1s, then it returns 0. Which is an error, right? Wait, is that an error? Wait, I might be confusing myself. If this is all zeros, and then you flip it to 1s, is... Oh no, that's right. What am I talking about? Okay, no. That's fine. Okay, so the ending is the one I need to worry about. If needed when allocating. Right, okay, so let's go ahead and index into it. I'll go ahead and resize it in a second. Let's observers dot is equal to func. And we also want to update the actual bit field. Yeah, we can mask it. So before this, we need to allocate it, right? So we want to say observers dot. I guess let's do an if statement. If observers dot size is well, this index is the actual index, right? So if empty index is greater than or equal to observer size, then I guess just resize it. Yeah. Observers dot. Yeah. Resize to the index +1. Wait. SD move func. Yeah. Wait. So what do you know? What do you know about SD move? SD move confuses the hell out of me. I know for like, or I've heard that when you have like a plain old data and it has like floats, it has like data that's like stored in that location, but like has like a bunch of vector 4 or something, and it's all stored contiguously. The SD move doesn't really do much, but then when you have like heap allocated data, that's when it's helpful to use move. I was always confused by that. Like I know moving an SD vector of something that's heap allocated, that is worth it. Yeah, it does not. Okay, yeah. So that's what I was trying to say. SD move does nothing with plain old data, but if you have something that's like heap allocated or something that is more complex, then SD move is worth it. I'm just kind of spitballing because I'm not sure. Yeah, the only valid case I've used SD move is like moving a vector. Are you saying is it because SD function could heap allocate, and that's why you should move it? To 0, so now it's empty. Well, yeah, I mean, I get that because it is literally stealing the data. Yeah. So it takes the pointer from the original vector and sets the length of the 0, so it's now empty. Yeah. So but I'm asking specifically for the function then, like, is it for the case where a heap allocation does occur with the SD function, then I should do the move operation? Because again, I get that it steals the memory. Let me look at the function actually. Let me take a look. And also, I do know that I'm moving this by this is by copy. Maybe if I am doing SD move, I should pass it by R value reference, right? So it would be a heap allocation, copy the data, and then the other vector. The capture. Okay. So again, like it's that possibility where there is a heap allocation, you want to be careful of that. That's why you do the move. So maybe I should do like an R value for this one, and then just do like that. Let's see. Okay. Wait, take by value is what I mean, argument. Oh, take by value. So you're saying maybe I should do a copy and then just move that into here? Oh yeah, we're writing like an observer. What is it called? Generally, I mean, you could let me know if you want me to show you, but generally speaking, what I'm trying to set up is I'm sending packets from like say my server. I'll send a packet to the remote client, right? When I send that packet, I want to alert my editor when a packet is sent and like which packet I just sent, so that I can update some information in the editor. So I'm writing like an observer pattern for that. So basically that whole operation could be like decoupled. They don't have to know about each other. So I'm just writing like a generic observer right now. And then once this is kind of like good, I'm going to go in and actually use it. It's 64 bytes. Forcing R value argument. Like if you ever needed to copy your SD function, it makes it more awkward. Okay, wait, yeah, let me see what you're saying. Well, my point is that you don't gain anything from enforcing an R value argument. You ever need to copy your SD function, it makes it more awkward. But if you did that, that's probably a bug. You ever needed to copy your SD function. But if you did that, probably a bug. So take in an R value for semantic. Yeah, so you're saying like maybe taking an R value just so like it's like, oh yeah, that's what it is. Yeah, I feel like you're right, we're getting a little bit into the weeds with with this. I'm just gonna leave it. It's fine. Again, I mean, I could optimize this more later anyways. I'll deal with it. I mean, the move will at least move the copy, if anything, so. And I'm pretty sure the compiler usually, like, well, I don't know, but whatever. All right, so yeah, we move it over. If the index is the actual like index into the observer, is greater than or equal to observers.size, then resize it to the empty index. Does that make sense? Wait, do I do a +1 there or not? Hold on, you said +1 earlier. Wait, let me think this through. So empty index is greater than or equal to mObservers.size, mObserver.resize to the index. The index in this case, like if it's 5, right, that means there's oh no, it is +1. Yeah. It's +1. Because the index would be like 5, that means that there's 6 elements, right? So you want to resize it to 6 elements. Okay, there we go. Yeah, I was... these off by ones kind of hurt me sometimes. Okay, there we go. Is greater than... And if it's greater than size... or equal to size. No, that makes sense. Because if it's equal, that's also an issue too. So no, this is fine. Just take an R value. You need empty index +1. I wonder if resize does, which does. A lot of realix from this. Yeah, true. Yeah. Okay, well, in the case that it does fall inside the buffer, then it wouldn't do this resize. But then if it doesn't fall inside the buffer, but the thing is, like, once you get up to that maximum like 64 bits, like that's it, right? But yeah, you are gonna get like a lot of realix because if the index is greater than Maybe I should do like times empty index times 2. I mean, it'd be less Alex, right? I don't know. Wait, maybe push the allocation doubles your time. Yeah, because that depends on the like if I was pushing back stuff, then the algorithm would handle it. It's either like whatever the compiler authors decided the value should be, right? I mean, at least with this way, I could double it each time. Maybe I could do like 1.5, maybe. Yeah, I'm gonna get. That's what the capacity memory. I mean, again, I feel like we're over. It's fine because I mean, for now, like the observers, right now I only need 1. When I need more than like a certain amount, then I'll come back and figure it out. Like it's not like this is like this is gonna be like the hot path for this is this, right? It's not this. This is just like, I mean, unless I come to a point where I'm adding like 1 million observers all the time, but at that point I should probably rethink my design. So no, it's fine. Let's see. SD move func. Okay, I still haven't handled it that one case though. Maybe I should do like a separate if statement. It's a lot of yeah, whatever. We have to check for when what was it? If we go over the the size of the what is it called? The bit field. So if empty end index oh yeah. No, but I just want to handle the I mean, I guess that case wouldn't happen often, but I still want to check it anyways. Because we get the empty index, and then if it's above, we resize to that. Oh, wait, no, I should do this before, actually. Because the case where the empty index is like the same size as the bit field, like we're on the 64th index, that's an invalid value, right? Because it's 0 to 63. So in that case, just say there's no more, right? Wait, how do I get the size of this? How many bits this is? Is there a function for that? The number of bits of this size t? I mean, I guess I could just calculate it myself. I mean, yeah, I guess I could just calculate it myself. It's fine. So basically, it's just what is it? Size of size t. Well, wait, yeah, size of size t times 8. Right. That would give you that. I dropped all my stuff. Okay, there. Yeah, I just want to make sure that we handle that case. So if the empty index is greater than or equal to, I don't know why it would be greater, but you never know. And we'll go ahead and just return k invalid observer index, just saying like handle case where no indices or no empty slots are found. Resize the array, the buffer if necessary. Add function, the functor, and update the bits. Okay, and the rest of this is garbage. Yeah, it's a bit mask, right? So if we do where is my thing? Wait, where did I put my... Oh, I guess I closed my draw IO. Okay. Okay, I'm not super familiar with bit operations, so. All right, so now we have an index. We have 5, right? So if we have 0, 0, 0, 1, right? We set this to 1, and then we bit shift it over 5 times. Now we'll have 0, 0, 0. Bit shifted over 5. I forget which one you need to use. Then we're gonna get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. 5, yeah. Okay, I don't know, but I want to get this one, so I'll do that. I'll figure out the math in a second. Okay, so we bit shift it, and then we negate it and it, right? So negate it, negate it, and then we do an and. Wait. No, wait, no. It's what am I about? It's or. Or, yeah, I think this is what you were talking about. Or equals that. You said it earlier. Or equals. Okay, anyways, update the bit. So we want to say bit field or equals and then we're going to do the bit itself. So we're going to do one bit shifted empty bit field, empty index. That is less precedence. That should be fine. What's wrong with this? To a wider type. Should I cast it or something? I don't know. Oh, plus or equals mask plus 1. Mask plus 1. So empty index plus 1. Yeah, sorry if I'm taking my time with it too. I want to make sure I understand what's going on below it. Let's see, resize. So or equal. So if we have the original bit field, like say it was 1111 1011, and then so he said, oh, mask. Oh, bit fields +1. Word. Oh, yeah, duh. Because if you have this and you add 1 to it, wait. So this is when you add 1. So that one's going to become 1 1 1 1 1 1 0 0. Okay. And then we're gonna, what was the operation? OR. So we're gonna OR it. So 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1. Okay, no, yeah, I get it. I was just trying to run it through my head for a second. All right, cool. Okay, did I forget any edge cases? Let's see. Expose the empty spaces as 1 bit. And then, yeah, I suppose I could just reuse this logic somewhere else. So I'll keep this in mind. Handle case where no empty slots are found. Do size of size t. Just got to be careful of the actual this type, right? But yeah, it should be fine. Index, empty index is equal to SD counter R0 thing. We handled the case where is with that. The other ones are fine. Yeah, this is the only case where it doesn't work. So there's kind of like a soft cap here, based on the size of the int of 64. So that's fine. And then resize the buffer if necessary. So we move it over. One again is going to require. I'll put a note here. May cause a lot of allocations. I'll put it to do. May cause excessive allocations. I don't know. Add the functor and update the bit. Okay, cool. Now remove. Well, let's see. Okay, wait, I'm gonna take a break. I'll be right back. It's gonna be like 5 minutes. I'm gonna go get some water. Whew. Okay, I am back. Got some water. Let's get this working. So the main goal here is to, let's say, check for invalid index. Remove the functor, or I'll say reset the functor. And the last bit is remove the, or set the indicated bit index to 0. Okay, so the first one is if index dot index is greater than or equal to its field. I might put this as an assert instead. This is kind of something that really shouldn't happen, so we'll do an assert then. But you never know. So M observers size index is greater than or equal to less than. I'm going to assert that. Okay. Okay, next thing is to check that particular index, see if it is valid. Ensure a bit is already set. So we're going to check. What is it? Is this going to be an or? No, it's going to be an and, right? So we're just going to do index. Bit field. And index. And then I'll go ahead and put not. Jeez. I think I remember doing this at some point. This whole like, I was like, is there a cleaner way to do this? I don't know. I mean, it works. So if it's not set, return false. Fail to not set. Otherwise, go ahead and return true up here. Okay. All right. Pretty easy. We're just gonna say observers. Observers. Yeah, this already handles that case where the size is off, so we should be good at that point. We would already be checking that. M observers. It's index. Actually, do we need to bother with this at all? We don't need to, I don't think we need to reset the functor. As long as it's not the bit's not set, we won't be using it, right? So now we're good on that. I mean, maybe for like completeness sake I could do that, but I'm not gonna bother. Set the indicated bit index to 0. Yeah. And this one is that other operation, so we're gonna say bit field and equals the negation of One bit shifted by index. Is that a bug? Yeah, one bit shifted by the index. The index is 0. It's the 1. Yeah, that makes sense. So but the index is 0. Then it's 1 bit shifted 0 times, which would put the 1 in the first case. You negate that, and you AND it so it removes that 1. Yeah. So then bit shifted over. Okay, yeah, that's right. Okay. One into size T, by the way. Oh, it's like those integer things. Oh, what is it called? Observer index. This index is an observer index, which is a size T, but I'll just keep it the same, I guess. I don't know. Yeah, so it's the correct. Yeah, it's the correct bits. Why did then you do that? Okay, but yeah, I mean, we're good, right? I think that's good. Let's go through all observers, get the index, notify this observer index. We'll go ahead and test it out in a second. We'll check it, but I think that's good. I'm gonna go ahead and remove this for now. It'll be in the Git history, so it's fine. This will be the observer class for now. And I like putting in my little dividers because I like my dividers. Public observable default. There's no hierarchy or anything, so we're not gonna do all that. Should probably also destroy the functor at array so that whenever capture is being held, the capture is released. Oh, like if it heap allocated, you want to release that extra memory. Yeah, fair enough. Oh yeah, I mean, yeah, it's not a memory leak, but it's kind of a memory leak, but it's within the bounds of the thing. But yeah. I get what you mean. Probably should release. Yeah, true. Structures/destructures. Let me just add these real quick before I forget. Handle. I don't know what to call this section, but this one is manage observers, and this one is notify the observer. Send notifications. I don't know. I can't think of a name. I just like having these as like section borders. I guess I should define clear, and then I just don't love putting things in constructors and destructors, but I probably should. All right, well, let me define the clear function, and then we'll go from there, I guess. When removing an observer, could be sort of a memory leak. If not, we'll die along with the object anyway, so not the end of the world, but many small shares as possible. Yeah, fair enough, yeah. Yeah, I mean, if it's a vector, it will die with the object. I have one more UI thing, by the way, but I don't want to charge you too much. Oh no, don't worry about it. I'm chilling. But yeah, what's up? No RAM. Well, I think about the ramifications of my actions in this code. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it will just die with the object, to be honest. Release the captures, huh? You know what? I'm gonna go ahead and free it when I remove the observer. Because that way, like, you can just go ahead and remove it if you want to at runtime, and then, like you said, if this gets destroyed and you forget to clear anything, this will take care of it anyways. Like the deconstructor, by default, will just go ahead and get rid of all the captures. Oh wait, wait, let me read this. Regarding AI, consider the launcher. If a new user tries out your entrant, a good way to do so, I'd say, is looking at a sample project. Is that hidden behind a random arrow? It doesn't tell you. Oh yeah, I'm gonna be honest, that arrow I kind of just put because I was being lazy. But yeah, I feel you. Why is that hidden behind a random? It doesn't tell you. Well, without hovering on it, it's hard to see. Instead, consider adding an actual button labeled Get Sample Projects, and then open an actual pop-up with different samples and description, and let the user select one and then download it. Let's see, so it's a button. What do you think? I'm gonna take a look at your comments in a second. As an artist, because bugs, not good. Yeah, it's like click here and then get Pong. Oh, did you, Noram, did you build the project? Thanks, by the way. What do you think would be like aesthetically pleasing? You said a button. Should it be like a tab up here, and then you could like get, or maybe like organize. I'm trying to think of like where I would put it. You know, maybe just up in the corner. Just have like the button that has the text, and then you click it, and then it'll pop up a little pop-up. Oh, you were just looking at the README. Okay. I'd also just be like, I'm impressed it built. Should not need instructions on how to use the UI launcher to download a sample. Yeah, fair enough, yeah. Yeah, I'm just thinking like how I want it to look, I guess. Add a clickable underneath text. Underneath, or download a sample. okay, so you have like a little text like down here, or maybe like somewhere, but it's just a little text you can click, and then it'll be like, oh, what samples do you want to download? Or maybe. Okay, yeah, I can see it. Yeah, I was just thinking like visually, like where do I want to put it? That makes sense. Yeah, you know what? Let me put that in my little notes. That's a really easy one to take care of. Better sample project display in launcher. Try add better visualization, or I don't know, better presentation of the sample projects option in the launcher. Try adding text under the create new project button that links to a page to select a project. Okay. Yeah, that's something I could take a look in the to-do and just add real quick. It's not too bad. All right. As artists, well, I mean, destroy the SD function when removing an observer. Could probably just do is equal to null pointer. Yeah. I'm actually just going to copy that. Clear the functor. Yeah, okay. Oh yeah. I think that ensure bit is already set. It's already set. It's a bug. Ensure bit. Wait. We shift index by 1 to check the bit. Shift index by 1 to check the bit. Ensure bit. Wait, ensure bit. That ensure bit is already. That ensure bit is already set. The if statement. Oh, ensure bit, right? Is already set if m bit field and index. And you said I need to bit shift index by 1. Ensure the bit is already set and bit field. Oh, yeah. You're right. And I get what you mean. Maybe I can store this as a variable. Thanks for the call out, by the way. I think that should be right now. Yeah. Yeah, because mbit field and the bit mask, which is not moved over by one, that and that. Yeah. Okay. I think we're good. Let's see. I do want to build it later, but no time. But no, this is just for the README. Just, I would add a clickable and then open. And then that opens the pop-up. But it is right now beneath the create. Since we're going to check the button first rather than wanting to open existing project. Okay, yeah, that's fair enough. Okay. The low-key bugs, man. Alright, so we remove it whenever we... And then we return true or false whether it actually worked or not. That's good. Okay. So again, it'll fall off with the destruction of this, so... That's fine. Clear, it just sets clear the bit field. And reset the observers. Do I really need to comment these, honestly? Just observers. I mean, right? I don't know. Yeah, that's a pretty good observer class if I ever seen one. All right, let's I don't know. I have like 10 minutes left, so I'll see if I have enough time to do anything with it. But it was fun creating that, though. I haven't done bit operations in a while. Let's see. So this was for... we were observing with this one. Alright, I think I'm going to go ahead and actually call it for today. I'll just call this today the observer one. I think I gotta do something really soon, so I gotta head off. But that was pretty good, though. Alright, so I guess throughout this week I'll probably get some of this integration stuff working. So today's goals are there, but you know what, I did spend a whole other day trying to build that other, not the whole day, but like a good few hours trying to build that original observer class. So yeah, this makes sense. I'll also probably want to test the observer class a little bit. But yeah, that should be what I'll be getting into for this next week, and I'll update everyone next Friday. I'm trying to think of anything else I wanted to say. Update progress board. Nothing really changed on the progress board. Talked about. All right, so next stream will be on Friday. Same time, 5 hours or so. Yeah, thanks for everyone coming by. Thanks, Azartus. Or what was your name on Gandev on YouTube? for helping out. It was really fun. I don't know if No Ram's still here, but thanks for coming by too. Anyone watching on YouTube or watching on Twitch, hey, just chilling. Thanks for coming by. I appreciate you. If you're watching this on YouTube, thanks for coming by. Hope you have a good day or night whenever you guys are watching this. And yeah, that's about it for me. All right, see you later.